If you are preparing for an FP&A role, this video is my gift to you. Over the past few years, I have created hundreds of videos on FP&A covering various topics, including budgeting, forecasting, management reporting, data storytelling, and business partnering. But one request kept coming up very frequently in my comments. Can you compile all of the FP&A interview questions in one place? Okay. And I get that when you are preparing for an interview, you don't want to be jumping over 50 different videos. You want one solid resource that would be your go-to place. So here it is. I have compiled all the interview questions that I have recorded over the past few years in one marathon video. These are all practical interview questions that are asked in real FP&A interviews to help you prepare and stand out and hopefully get that FP&A role and the growth in your career that you always wanted. Drop a thank you note in the comments below if this video helps you, and also do let me know what other FP&A questions you would like to be covered by me in the future. So let's get started, and all the best for your interview journey. Budget versus forecast, or what is the difference between a budget and a forecast, is a very common FP&A interview question that often confuses many candidates. In simpler words, budget sets your targets while forecast helps you adapt in real time to achieve those targets. Let's say that you are going on a long road trip. Before you start, you enter your destination on the Google Maps. That's your budget, which is a clear end goal of where you want to go, and the map on the Google or the budget shows you the best route to get there. But as you drive, the Google Maps will update with real time traffic data. Maybe you will see a sudden roadblock somewhere and heavy traffic, or you might see a faster route that might come up. All these live updates are like forecasts, helping you to adjust on the go and stay on track to reach your goals efficiently. Without the goal or the budget, you would be driving aimlessly. And without the live updates or the forecast, you would be stuck in traffic or taking unnecessary detours. Together, the budget and the forecast both ensures that you not only reach your destination, but you also do that in the smartest and the fastest possible way. Difference between budgeting and forecasting based on these following parameters. In terms of the definition, a budget is a target or a quantified expectation of what a business wants to achieve. On the other hand, forecast is an estimate of what the company will achieve if it keeps performing as is. The purpose of the budget is that it's a blueprint for how the company is expected to do business in the next financial year, while the forecast will show you to what extent the company will end up off budget if it continues going as it is. Okay. The focus of the budget is on goal setting and requires input from various departments to align on the targets. On the other hand, the forecast focuses on predicting outcomes based on existing data and trends, and also adapts to changes in real time. In terms of frequency, budgeting is typically an annual exercise, often starting a couple of months or few months before the financial year begins. Forecasting, on the other hand, is performed more frequently on an ongoing basis, such as monthly or quarterly, to monitor the ongoing performance of the company. In terms of flexibility, the budget is static, and once approved, it serves as a fixed reference point. On the other hand, forecast is dynamic and it keeps evolving with changing circumstances, providing insights for immediate decision making. Some people still ask me, why do companies need both budgets and forecasts? Let's imagine if a company only had a budget and never updated the forecast. Then it could be a situation where it is blindly following an old, outdated budget. On the other hand, if they only relied on the forecast without a structured budget, they would lack direction and accountability. Having both ensures that the business stays agile and competitive while they still work towards their long term goals. Finally, let's talk about the two common myths about forecast. A common misconception is that forecasting is just updating the budget. Actually, it's not. A budget is a commitment, whereas a forecast is a prediction based on the changing circumstances. The budget doesn't change, but the forecasts do. There is another common myth that forecasting is only for bigger organizations or big companies. But in reality, even SMBs and small medium enterprises can benefit from budgets and forecasts. Let's conclude the video by talking about some common mistakes and best practices. Common mistake companies often make is they stick to an old outdated budget without adjusting to new realities. Sometimes they do not revise the expectation despite clear market shifts. Also, relying on guesswork instead of real time data and analytics is a mistake. Some best practices that company can follow are keeping the budgets realistic and flexible with rolling forecasts, using scenario planning to model different business conditions, and investing in FP&A tools that improve forecasting accuracy with automation. Budgeting is the backbone of FP&A. Working with budgets is more than just working with numbers. It is aligning people and resources with strategy while staying flexible for unexpected changes that might happen. In this video, we'll break down what budgeting means and how you can confidently explain it in your next interview. But before we talk about budgets, here are some of the other variations of this question that you might encounter in the interview. What does budgeting mean in FP&A? Can you define budget and its role in FP&A? Why is budgeting so important and how it is done? Could you walk me through a time when you have prepared a budget in your previous role? What are the steps to create a budget? And finally, explain budgeting to somebody who's not working in finance. Now that we've looked at the various ways this question might be asked in the interview, let's dive into what budgeting really means in FP&A and also why it's so important for any company's success. A budget is a blueprint for how the company is expected to do business in the next financial year. It forms the basis of business operations in the next year. It dictates important decisions relating to where to invest, what costs to cut, where to allocate more resources, and what specific areas to focus efforts on. Budgeting is the process of translating a company's long term vision into actionable plans for the upcoming financial year. For example, if a company wants to double its turnover, triple its profit, and expand into two new geographies over the next 5 years, these ambitions need to be broken down into concrete measures and annual targets. That's where budgeting comes in handy as the company's financial blueprint for achieving these goals. At its core, a budget is essentially an estimated income statement for the next financial year. It includes projections for revenues, expenses, and operating profits, resembling a P&L or an income statement. Companies may refer to this process using different names. It could be annual business plan, annual operating plan, commitment, or targets, but the essence remains the same, planning the financial trajectory for the upcoming year. Now, in some cases, budgeting is a part of a broader annual operating or business plan. While a budget focuses on financial metrics, an operating plan may also include qualitative elements like strategies, tactics, and actionable steps to achieve the outlined financial goals. Ultimately, budgeting ensures that a company starts its financial year with clarity and direction, aligning resources and efforts to meet its strategic objectives. So, whether it's called budgeted revenue, committed profit, or simply the plan, the idea is to provide a structured approach to what organization aims to accomplish in the upcoming year. Now that we know what budgeting is, let's look at why it is so important. Budgeting plays a crucial role in ensuring that a company's strategic goals are effectively translated into actionable plans. Here are four key reasons why budgets are so important. First is budgeting helps a company prioritize its resources and efforts. It identifies key focus areas, for example, which products or geographies it needs to target. This clarity ensures that the organization's energies are aligned with its strategic objectives. Budget also helps create a phased spending plan. Budgeting provides a structured roadmap for resource allocation. For example, if a company plans to hire 50 new employees in the next financial year, the budget will outline when and how many hires will occur in each quarter. This ensures optimal timing and efficiency. Next is that budget also holds management accountable. A budget sets a measurable target for senior management and operational teams. These targets are often tied to incentives, performance metrics, and variable pay. Let's take an example. A CEO's target may be filtered down to business unit heads, sales managers, and officers, ensuring accountability at all levels. And finally, it helps in managing cash flows effectively. Especially for businesses with seasonal cash flows, budgeting provides a clarity on cash surpluses and deficits. It helps the company plan for credit lines, bank overdrafts, and maintaining banking relationships, which ensures that liquidity is maintained throughout the year. With a clear understanding of what budgeting is and why budgets are important, now let's talk about the key steps involved in the budgeting process. Budgeting is a structured exercise that translates a company's strategic goals into actionable financial plans. And here are the key steps involved. The first step in budgeting is liaising with the business teams. Budgeting process begins with collaborating with business units to understand their outlook for the upcoming financial year. Let's take an example. In a big conglomerate company, there are central finance teams who liaise with the business unit teams. For example, there are three departments in this case: jewelry, eyewear, and watches. FP&A teams will gather details on projected revenues, expenses, and margins from each of these departments or business units. Next step is analyzing historical data. Now, historical data is analyzed at two different stages. The first is before the discussions begin. This is when you prepare templates to gain context for business inputs. And the second stage is after the input collections. This is to validate assumptions against historical trends and investigate variances. For example, if there is unexpected growth or decline in revenues. Next, the FP&A team would provide proactive guidance. FP&A teams may identify overlooked cost areas or areas needing attention. For example, if a business unit budgeting for an annual customer event, the FP&A team will ensure that such costs are captured by revisiting the historical data and questioning the assumptions. The next step is to compile the budget. Once all the department inputs are collected, the company-wide budget is compiled, consolidating revenues, expenses, and profits into a single financial plan. In the next step, we do reviews with the senior management. The consolidated budget is presented to senior leaders like CEO and CFO, business unit heads, and board of directors. Feedback is incorporated to multiple iterations. For example, adjustments are made for aggressive or conservative targets until the final version is approved and frozen. Now that we have finalized the budget, the last and the final step is to upload the budget in the system. The finalized budget is uploaded into a system which can be either an integrated ERP system that provides real-time control by blocking expenses that exceeds the budget limits, or it could be an Excel or external planning tool. In this case, we maintain flexibility, but we need to make sure that there is manual oversight to prevent overspending. The budgeting process often involves several versions. For example, version 1, version 2, version 3, before final submission, ensuring that there is alignment across all levels of the organization. Typically, budgeting begins 2 to 3 months before the start of the financial year. For example, if you are planning for FY 2026, the budget cycle might start in September 2025 with multiple iterations leading to the final sign off somewhere in November or December 2025. In FP&A, budgeting is one of the most important functions, and there are many budgeting methods. But how do you know which method works best for your organization in a given situation? In this video, we'll be answering the FP&A interview question: what are some of the most common budgeting approaches? And here we'll help you break down the seven most common budgeting methods, explaining how each of them works. But before getting into the budgeting methods, let's take a moment to explore some of the related questions and different ways that this question might be asked or framed in the interview. I'll just be quickly throwing some different variations of this question, how it can be asked in the interview. Can you describe three different budgeting approaches used in FP&A and their advantages, disadvantages? How would you explain the difference between zero-based budgeting and incremental budgeting? Which budgeting approach would you recommend for a fast growing startup and why? If a company is facing high cost pressures, which budgeting approach would be most suitable? Imagine you are asked to introduce a new budgeting method in a cost heavy company. Which approach would you choose and how would you implement it? What would you advise a company moving from incremental budgeting to rolling forecasts? How do you compare activity based budgeting and value based budgeting in terms of decision making? What are the key pros and cons of using a rolling forecast over a traditional budget? If a company has an history of overspending, which budgeting method would you suggest to improve control and why? And finally, how would you handle resistance from departments when implementing zero based budgeting? Choosing the right budgeting method is an important decision. So let's explore seven most common budgeting approaches and see how do they work, when to use them, and how they can empower your financial planning. The first one is incremental budgeting. This approach takes the last year's budget and makes small adjustments for factors like inflation, changes in volume. It is simple and works well when your current budget is effective. Essentially, what you're doing is you're fine tuning rather than overhauling your entire budget. Number two is activity based or output input budgeting. Often used by startups, this method links cost to specific activities or outputs. It requires gathering detailed cost driver data to ensure that every expense reflects the actual work done. In short, it helps you understand how each activity drives your overall cost. Number three is value proposition based budgeting. This method makes sure that every budget item adds real value to your business. While preparing the budget, you ask whether each cost benefits stakeholders, outweighs its expenses, and is truly necessary. The questions you ask include: does it create value for the stakeholders? Does the value of the potential benefit outweigh its costs? And why is this amount being included in the budget? If the answer to any of these questions is no, you need to justify that cost being included in the budget. Number four is ZBB or zero based budgeting. With zero based budgeting, you start from scratch every year. Nothing carries over automatically from the previous year. Every expense must be justified from zero. This helps eliminate unnecessary spending. Although it can be time consuming, this ensures that only essential costs are included in the budget. Number five is a concept between flexible budgets and fixed budgets. A fixed budget stays the same regardless of your business, while a flexible budget adjusts as new information comes in. Flexible budget allows you to plan for unexpected events and adapt quickly to changing conditions. This approach keeps you agile and better prepared for uncertainty. Number six is a concept called continuous budgeting. Some people even call it the rolling forecast. In continuous budgeting, you update your forecast regularly by adding a new period as the old period expires. This method provides a real time view of your finances over the next 12 to 24 months. This keeps the decision makers informed with the most current data available. Finally, the last concept is top down versus bottoms up budgeting. Top down budgeting has senior management setting the targets without much input from the rest of the departments, which can sometimes leave the employees feeling disconnected. In contrast, bottoms up budgeting involves everyone from operational teams to executives in setting realistic targets. This collaborative approach can lead to more accurate and engaging budgets. Now we have known a little bit about the different budgeting methods. If you want to go deeper with more explanation and example for each of these methods, you can check the detailed notes in chapter 3 of my book all about FP&A. Now let's get back to the video. Next, let's talk about some of the situational based questions on this topic. One of the question was, which budgeting approach would you recommend for a fast growing startup and why? So for a fast growing startup, we should recommend using activity based budgeting because it directly links costs to its specific activities, which makes it easier to track and adjust the spending as the business scales up. Next, let's imagine you are asked to introduce a new budgeting method in a cost heavy department. Which budgeting approach would you choose and how would you implement this? Or another situation like this. Say if a company has a historical habit of overspending, in this case, which budgeting method would you suggest to improve cost control and why? In both these situations, we would choose the zero based budgeting method because it focuses on every expense to be justified from scratch, helping to cut unnecessary costs. We'd implement this by having each department review their expenses and only include those expenses that truly add value. Another situation: how would you handle resistance from departments when you are implementing zero based budgeting? To this, we would answer something on the lines: we would handle this resistance by clearly communicating the benefits of zero based budgeting, such as how it helps cut unnecessary costs and ensures every expense is justified. We would involve the department heads early in the process, answering all their concerns and provide support to ensure that they understand and feel confident in making the necessary changes. If you are a finance professional like me, you have probably felt the frustration of rigid budgets that become irrelevant just a few months into the new financial year. In this video, I am going to show you what is the difference between a traditional budget and a rolling forecast, and how rolling forecast can help you make your budgets agile and aligned with reality. If you are still relying only on traditional budgeting, you could be leaving your business flying blind in today's fast changing world. Before getting into the details of traditional budgeting and rolling forecast, let us look some of the different ways this question could come up, especially if you are preparing for an FP&A interview or a discussion. Here are few variations of this question. How does rolling forecast differ from traditional budgeting? What are the key differences between annual budgeting and rolling forecast? Why do companies use rolling forecast or shift from traditional budgeting to rolling forecast? Traditional budgeting versus rolling forecast, which one is better? How does rolling forecast improve upon traditional budgeting? What are the pros and cons of traditional budgets compared to of rolling forecast? When should a company use rolling forecast instead of a traditional budget? How does rolling forecast improve financial planning compared to a static budget? What makes rolling forecast more flexible than traditional budgeting? And finally, why is rolling forecast becoming more popular than the annual budget? Now that we've seen the different ways this question can come up in FP&A interviews, let me break down what actually traditional budgeting and rolling forecast means. Let's first start with traditional budgets. This is where you create a fixed plan for the entire year, usually before the year even begins. Once that budget is locked in, pretty much it stays the same even when things change during the year. Now, compare that with a rolling forecast, which works slightly differently. Instead of setting a plan once and leaving it, you update the rolling forecast regularly, maybe every month or every quarter, and you're always adding new periods at the end. What that means is that you're not just looking at the rest of the year, but you're constantly looking at a year ahead, whether it's 12 months, 18 months, or sometimes even longer. Now that we've got a clear understanding of both the traditional budget and the rolling forecast, let me quickly show you from one of my training sessions how does a 5 quarter rolling forecast work in practice. In a traditional budget, you prepare a 12-month budget or a 4 quarter budget for the next year, beginning of the year or at the end of the previous year. You have a 12-month budget, and then when you get into the financial year, you start getting the actual numbers. So in this second quarter forecast, which is end of Q1, beginning of Q2, you have 3 months of actuals and 9 months of forecast. At the end of Q2, beginning of Q3, you have 6 months of actuals, 6 months of forecast. At the end of Q3, beginning of Q4, you have 9 months of actuals, and then you have to forecast for the remaining 3 months. So this is how the traditional way of budgeting works. However, there is another alternate, which is a rolling forecast, where you forecast for the next 5 quarters. Make sure that you have a forecast ready at any given point for the next 5 quarters. So let's assume this is the five. These are the 5 quarters, which is Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, and Q5 of, in this case, the next financial year. And when you come to the end of first quarter or the beginning of the second quarter, you get the 1 quarter actuals, and then you again forecast for the 5 periods. So at any given point of time, you have a rolling forecast for the remaining 5 quarters of the next 5 quarters. And when you come to the end of second quarter, beginning of third quarter, you have 2 quarters of actuals, like you have your, also you add 1 quarter of the forecast here. And when you come to the end of the year, end of Q3, beginning of Q4, you have 3 quarters of actuals, and then you will add another quarter here. So by the time when you come to the end of Q3, you will already have the plan or the numbers for the next financial year. So what it does is that it simplifies or it reduces your work when you prepare the budget. So you already have the numbers while you do the rolling forecast. Now you can focus more on the other parts of the budget while you already have the numbers for the next year. So this is a key difference between the traditional and the rolling forecast. Now that you've got a very clear picture of how rolling forecasts actually work, let's take a minute to talk about why so many companies are moving away from traditional budgeting and the key core limitations that make it harder for companies to keep up with today's fast changing world. The first limitation of traditional budgeting is that it is static. You set the budget once, usually before even the year starts, and after that, it doesn't really change. The problem is that the business conditions change all the time. New competitors, shifts in customer demand, cost fluctuations, but your budget is stuck in the assumptions that you made months ago. The second limitation is that it is time consuming. Traditional budget is a massive process. It can take weeks, even months to gather data, align with different teams, and lock the numbers. And after all that effort, the budget can quickly become outdated. The third limitation is that it is more about targets than focusing on reality. Traditional budgets are often used to set performance goals. So teams focus on more on hitting the budget rather than adjusting to what's actually happening in the business. That can lead to sandbagging or the opposite, over promising just to meet the targets. And finally, the traditional budgets are not very agile. If something major happens mid year, like a supply chain disruption or a new product launch, your budget really doesn't adapt to that. You are either stuck working with outdated numbers or are scrambling to do a complete reforecast. Finally, let's talk about the benefits of rolling forecast and why so many companies are making the switch. The biggest advantage is flexibility. With rolling forecasts, you are not stuck with numbers you had set months ago. You are constantly updating your outlook based on what's actually happening, whether it's the sales trend, market shifts, or changes inside the business. That makes your planning process a lot more real time and useful. Another huge benefit is better visibility. Since you're always forecasting ahead, not just to the year end, but for the next 12 to 18 months, you are thinking beyond the current year. This helps you spot risks and opportunities earlier so that you can plan ahead instead of just reacting at the last minute. Rolling forecast also keeps your planning grounded in reality. With traditional budgets, teams sometimes get caught up in hitting the budget instead of focusing on what's actually happening in the business. Rolling forecast shifts the focus to what's real and how you need to adapt to stay on track. And finally, rolling forecast makes the annual budgeting process so much easier. Because you've been updating your numbers all along, you're not scrambling to build the budget from scratch. You have already got a solid up to date forecast, so you can focus more on the big strategic decision instead of just gathering data. Overall, it's a much more adaptive, forward looking approach, and that's why rolling forecasts are becoming such an essential tool for modern finance teams. I'm curious to know what has been your experience with rolling forecast. Does your company still rely on traditional budgets, or have you started using rolling forecast? Let me know in the comments below. On a quick side note, at FP&A Professionals Institute, our mission is to help 1 million professionals master finance and FP&A skills. So if you're serious about FP&A, do check out our certified global FP&A professional program, the CGFPA certification. Link to download the brochure are given in the description below. Also, you can visit our website www.fpnaprofessionals.com or scan the QR code here for a bunch of free resources including books, courses, and cheat sheets. Most companies just take last year's budget, tweak a few numbers here and there, and then call it a day. But what if that is actually eating into your profits without even anyone realizing it? When you rely on last year's numbers, you could be paying for projects that aren't relevant anymore, departments that are bigger than they need to be, or expenses no one even is questioning. That's exactly where zero based budgeting comes in. In this video, I'll break down how zero based budgeting makes you justify every single dollar. So you're not just cutting costs, but building a budget that actually fits your needs for today. Zero based budgeting is also one of the favorite topics in the FP&A interviews. In fact, interviewers like to ask about zero based budgeting in different ways. So, let me walk you through some of the common variations you might hear in the FP&A interviews. Can you explain the concept of zero based budgeting and how it differs from traditional budgets? In what scenarios would you recommend using zero based budgeting? What are the biggest challenges companies face while implementing zero based budgeting? How can FP&A teams support successful zero based budgeting process? Can you give me an example of how zero based budgeting improved cost efficiency in your past experience? How would you explain zero based budgeting to a non finance stakeholder? What tools or softwares can help streamline zero based budgeting process? How does zero based budgeting align with companies strategic planning? What are some of the common mistakes companies make while implementing zero based budgeting? How would you convince leadership to adopt zero based budgeting if they are used to traditional budgets? Now, before we get into what zero based budgeting actually is, let's take a quick step back and understand where did this whole idea come from and why do companies even today keep going back to it. Zero based budgeting actually goes all the way back to the 1970s. It was introduced by a guy named Peter Pyre who was working at Texas Instruments back then. The idea came from a really simple but powerful question: why do we just assume that every single expense from last year automatically deserves a spot in the next year's budget? At that time, the companies were struggling with rising costs and a lot of economic uncertainty. So ZBB started gaining traction to cut down unnecessary spending and focus on what truly adds value. However, then in the 1980s and 1990s, zero based budgeting kind of faded into the background as most companies felt it was just too much work, especially without the kind of technology we had back in the day to handle all the data and number crunching that ZBB requires. However, in the 2010s, zero based budgeting made a huge comeback, largely thanks to a company named 3G Capital. When they took over Kraft Heinz, they went all in on zero based budgeting and used it aggressively to cut costs. This time, though, they combined it with modern tools and software, which made the whole process much faster and more data driven. Even today, zero based budgeting is still popular, especially with companies going through cost cutting phases, mergers, or just who are trying to run a tighter ship. It is not perfect, and we'll talk about the pros and cons of zero based budgeting soon in the next few minutes. Now that we have looked at how zero based budgeting has evolved over the years, next let's break down what zero based budgeting actually is and how it is so different from the traditional budgeting processes most companies are so used to. So here is the big idea behind zero-based budgeting. Every budget starts completely from scratch. Let me repeat that. Every budget starts completely from scratch. Unlike the usual budgeting process where you just take last year's numbers and add a bit here, cut a bit there, and then call it a day, zero-based budgeting flips that. With ZBB, every single expense has to justify itself, whether it's a big project or something as small as a software subscription. Every team has to explain why they need that money and how it directly supports the company's goal. If they can't make a strong case, that spending might not make into the budget at all, even if it has been there for years. The whole point is to make sure that every dollar actually adds value instead of just rolling over the expenses out of habit. It's definitely more work upfront, but it also forces teams to think critically about how they spend instead of just saying, well, that's how we have always done it. Now, to really understand how zero based budgeting works in practical life, let's talk about four key principles that make it different from traditional budgeting. First, no automatic carryovers. Just because something was in the budget last year doesn't mean that it gets a free pass this year. Every single expense has to re earn its place. Second, everything is tied to business goals. It is not just about cutting costs for the sake of it. Expenses need to directly support the company's strategy or deliver real value. Third, ZBB breaks spending into activities or decision packages. So instead of just saying marketing gets 10 crore rupees, you break it down. How much for digital ads? How much for events? How much for research? And each piece has to stand on its own. Finally, prioritization is key. Once all the activities are listed and justified, they are ranked by how much value they deliver, and the budget is built from top down, funding the most valuable activities first. These principles make zero based budgeting a lot more intentional and value focused. That is why so many companies use it when they are trying to tighten up spending or shift their strategy. Now, I am sure some of you might be wondering, how does zero based budgeting actually compare to the traditional budgeting processes that most companies follow? Let us break this down. With traditional budgets, you basically start with the last year's number, adjust a few numbers here and there based on expected changes, maybe sales growth, inflation, or new projects, and that's it. The problem here, a lot of old expenses just gets carried forward automatically, even if they are no longer necessary and adding much value. With zero based budgeting, it's the complete opposite. Every expense, whether it's $1 or $1 million, has to justify itself from scratch. There is no automatic carryover, and every department has explained why they need each cost and how it supports the company goals. So, traditional budgeting is much faster and easier, but it is also less flexible and it tends to bake in inefficiencies over time. On the other side, zero based budgeting is more work upfront, but it helps companies cut costs, focus on priorities, and align spending with strategy, especially when every dollar counts. In reality, a lot of companies use hybrid approach where they might apply ZBB in certain areas like travel or marketing while keeping a traditional budget approach for more stable and predictable costs. One question I am often asked is, why do companies go through all this effort with zero based budgeting? Let's talk about some of the biggest benefits of ZBB. Number one, it forces cost discipline. Every dollar has to prove that it deserves to be there, which naturally cuts out waste and forces teams to think smarter about spending. Number two, it challenges the status quo. With traditional budgets, a lot of expenses just roll over year after year without anyone questioning if they are still useful. ZBB forces those conversations and helps uncover spending that's no longer relevant. Number three, it makes sure spending and strategy actually match. Every expense has to tie back to business goals, which helps companies focus their budgets on what really matters instead of spending money anywhere and everywhere. Finally, it improves cost transparency. Because you break down everything into individual activities or decision packages, the leadership gets a much clearer view of where the money is going and whether it's worth it or not. Overall, zero based budgeting helps companies spend their resources smarter and not just spend less, which is why it is such a powerful tool, especially for FP&A teams. And of course, zero based budgeting isn't perfect and it's definitely not for everyone. Let's talk about some of the biggest challenges and criticisms companies face when they try to implement zero based budgeting. First, zero based budgeting is time consuming. Compared to just tweaking last year's numbers, ZBB takes a lot more effort because every single expense has to be justified from scratch. That can slow down the whole budgeting process. Number two, it requires deep process knowledge. To justify costs properly, teams need to really understand their own processes and value drivers. And in some companies, that level of detail isn't just there. Number three, face a lot of pushback. People are used to getting a set budget every year, so when you suddenly ask them to fight for every dollar, it can feel demotivating. Finally, it can get too focused on short term savings. If companies aren't careful, zero based budgeting can cut too deep, stashing budgets for innovation, long term projects, or brand building efforts, all just to hit short term cost targets. So while ZBB is a powerful tool, it needs the right mindset and balance. Here is a quick look at the pros and cons of zero based budgeting. If a company really wants to make zero based budgeting work and not just turn into a painful cost cutting drill, there are a few best practices that can make a huge difference. First and the most important, get the leadership buy in upfront. ZBB isn't something FP&A can push alone. You need top management fully on board because it's a cultural shift. Second, clear communication is everything. Teams need to understand that ZBB isn't just about cutting costs, it's about aligning spending with strategy. If people think that it's just a cost cutting exercise, you will face a lot more resistance. Number three, using the right tools. Modern budgeting tools and FP&A software can make ZBB a lot easier by helping you track, justify, and rank expenses, especially if you're doing this across a very large organization. Fourth, focus on value, not just the cost. The goal isn't to cut for the sake of cutting. It's to make sure every dollar is driving value. Sometimes that also means spending more on high impact areas while trimming the low value stuff. Finally, combine ZBB with performance metrics if you're clear on how each activity ties to the business goals and KPIs. It's much easier to justify right spending and make sure you're investing in what really moves the needle. Done right, ZBB isn't about tightening the belt. It's a tool that helps you to focus on your budget and on what matters the most. Also, zero based budgeting isn't just a theoretical concept. Many big companies have used it in real life, and some of them with pretty interesting results. One of the most famous examples of ZBB is Kraft Heinz after it was acquired by 3G Capital. Now, 3G Capital is known for its aggressive cost cutting strategies, and they used ZBB to strip out billions of dollars in expenses. Everything from travel budgets to office snacks had to be justified from scratch. Another great example of zero based budgeting is with Unilever. They also used ZBB, but they took a more balanced approach. Instead of just slashing costs, they used zero based budgeting to free up money for innovation, marketing, and sustainability projects, proving that ZBB isn't just about cutting costs, it can also fund growth if done right. Many other companies, especially in FMCG, manufacturing, and even tech, have tried zero based budgeting, especially when they are going through a merger restructuring or a cost optimization phase. The key takeaway, zero based budgeting works best when it's not just a cost cutting tool, but a way to realign spending with strategy. Now, you might be wondering, where does FP&A fit into all of this? In a zero based budgeting process, FP&A isn't just number crunching in the background. We are actually at the center stage making it work. First, FP teams design the templates and frameworks that the business teams use to justify their expenses. We help them break down costs into decision packages, track them, and tie them back to the strategic goals and KPIs. Second, we act as facilitators. FP&A often runs workshops with different teams to help them understand how to justify their costs, how to identify value drivers, and make sure that they are not just requesting funds out of habit. Third, FP&A helps leadership prioritize. Once all those justifications are in, FP&A works with the leadership to rank activities by value, model different scenarios, and build the final budget based on what delivers the most impact and not just what fits the last year's template. Finally, FP&A tracks the results. ZBB does not stop once the budget is approved. FP&A teams play a key role in monitoring actuals versus plan, making sure that the expected value is actually delivered and also identify new opportunities to optimize spending throughout the year. In short, zero based budgeting is a budgeting method, but FP&A is the engine that makes it actually work. I am curious to know, does your company still use traditional budgets, or have you experimented with zero based budgeting or any other methods of budgeting? Let me know in the comments below. Most companies build their annual budgets using either top down or bottom up approaches. But which one works better? Should leadership set the targets first, or should every department submit their own plans? And what happens when those bottoms up numbers are way higher than the leadership top down goals? In this video, we will break down the differences, pros and cons, and show you how FP&A can bridge the gap. So you get a budget that's both strategic and realistic. And if you are preparing for FP&A interviews, this is a must know topic. Interviewers love to ask you how would you handle budgeting in different situations, whether it's a startup building its first budget or a large MNC aligning with global targets with local plans. So let's look at some common ways this question shows up in FP&A interviews and how you can approach them confidently. Can you explain the difference between top down and bottoms up budgeting? Which budgeting approach do you recommend for a fast growing startup? How would you handle a situation where bottoms up budget exceeds the top down target? In your experience, which approach works better in uncertain economic conditions? Have you ever had to reconcile a top down target with a bottom up input? How did you approach that? What's FP&A team's role when leadership sets aggressive top down targets that seem unrealistic? How do you ensure that bottoms up budget are realistic and not inflated? What are the key benefits and risks of each approach? If you joined a company with no formal budgeting process, would you start with a top down or a bottoms up, and why? Can top down and bottom up budgeting work together? How would you structure the budgeting process? Whether you are preparing for an FP&A interview or working in FP&A right now, understanding how these two approaches work and when to use each is a core FP&A skill that directly impacts how your company plans, spends, and delivers results. Let's break down the core concepts behind these two approaches, because understanding how they actually work will make it much easier to decide which one fits the best in different situations. Let's start with top down budgeting. In the top down budgeting, everything starts with the leadership or the senior management. Set high level targets, things like total revenue, profit margins, or the overall cost ceilings. They do this based on companies' strategic goals and what they want to achieve. These targets are then cascaded to the different departments who are expected to build their plans within those boundaries. Top down budgeting is a faster process and it ensures that the budget is aligned to the strategy right from the start. But the downside is that it may overlook operational realities, especially if the leadership isn't fully in touch with today's challenges. Next, let's move to bottoms up budgeting. Bottoms up budgeting takes the opposite approach. Here, the process starts with individual departments and teams who build their budgets based on what they actually need: resources, headcount, projects, and expected costs. Those individual budgets are then consolidated upwards into the overall company budget. This approach tends to be more accurate at the operational level because it's built directly from the people who closest work with the budgets. But it can also lead to inflated budgets if departments pad their numbers to give themselves breathing room. And without strong guidance, it may not fully align with the company's strategic goals. Let's take a moment to look at the key differences between top down and bottoms up budgets. Next, let's talk about the benefits and challenges of top down budgeting. With top down budgeting, the biggest advantage is that it keeps the whole budget tightly aligned with company strategy. Since the leadership is setting the high level targets, the budget naturally supports the big picture goals, whether it's expansion, profitability, or cost control. It is also faster because you're not waiting for every department to build out their plans from scratch, and it forces cost discipline upfront. When you have a clear spending limit, teams know that they have to prioritize, so there is less chance of a bloated budget. Plus, there is a clear ownership. The leadership drives the process, so there is no confusion about who's accountable. And this is a big one. It can feel disconnected from reality. If the leadership sets an ambitious target without understanding what's actually happening on the ground, you end up with unrealistic goals that are almost impossible to achieve. It also means that departments don't get much say in the process. So they might feel like the budget is being forced on them, which can actually hurt motivation. And because the focus is more on hitting the top level numbers, it is harder to quickly adapt to something if things change, like a new project, cost spike, or a shift in market conditions. Now, bottoms up budgeting flips that completely. Because budgets come directly from the teams doing the work, they tend to be a lot more realistic. The teams also feel a lot more ownership because they are involved in setting the numbers, and that makes them more accountable when it comes to delivering the results. Another big plus, you get a much clearer view of all the details, so it's easier to spot where the money is really going. And flexibility is better too. If a project needs more funding or priorities shift, teams can adjust faster since they've built the numbers themselves. But the bottoms up budget isn't perfect either. Because teams want to keep some buffer, there is always a risk that they will pad their budget, asking for more than they actually need just to be safe. It's also a slower process since every department has to build their own numbers, and then FP&A team has to review and consolidate everything, which can take weeks, sometimes months. Plus, there is a risk that each team focuses only on their own goals, which means that the budget might not fully support the company's overall strategy. And if every department uses different assumptions or methods, it can easily get very messy when you are trying to combine everything into one company wide budget. So, the reality is, most companies don't stick purely to tops down or bottoms up approach. The best budgeting process usually blends both approaches so that you get the strategic alignment of top down with the realism and details of the bottoms up budgeting. So, here is how that works in practice. First, the leadership sets high level targets, revenues, profit margins, maybe some cost saving expectations. This gives everyone a clear strategic direction. Then, individual business units or departments build their own bottoms up budget, but they do it now with clear guardrails so they know what kind of spending limits and priorities they need to stick to. FP&A's role here is to act as a bridge. We take all those bottoms up submissions, check how they stack up against the top down goals, and reconcile any gaps. Sometimes that means going back to the leadership and adjusting the targets. At other times, it might mean asking the teams to trim down their requests. Either way, FP&A helps make sure that the final budget is both realistic and aligned with the strategy. Another best practice is to use scenario planning. If leadership's top down targets are really aggressive, you can build a best case, base case, and a worst case. So you have room to adapt if things don't go exactly as planned. The key is constant communication. Let me repeat that. The key is constant communication. Leadership, FP&A, and department heads all need to be aligned so everyone understands not just the numbers but the why behind them. When you get the balance right, you end up with a budget that's grounded in reality, supports the company's big picture goals, and has buy in from the people who actually have to deliver on it. In top-down budgets, FP&A helps the leadership teams set the initial targets. We provide them the data and analysis, historical trends, benchmarks, competitor insights to make sure that those top-down targets are grounded in reality. Then FP&A works with the departments to cascade those targets down into detailed budgets, helping them understand how much room they have and where to focus. In bottoms up budgeting, FP&A's job starts with creating standard templates so every department builds their budget in the same way using consistent assumptions for things like inflation, exchange rates, or salary increases. Once all those department budgets comes in, FP&A consolidates everything, reviews it for accuracy, realism, and alignment, and points out any red flags or inconsistencies. In both the approaches, FP&A also a translator between the leadership and operations, helping leadership understand what's realistic and helping teams understand why certain targets matter for the company and overall strategy. And of course, once the budget is approved, FP&A keeps the process going, tackling actuals versus budget, identifying variances, and making sure that the leadership gets early warning signs if spending or revenue starts drifting off track. In short, no matter which budgeting approach your company uses, FP&A is at the center, making sure that the numbers make sense, supporting the strategy, and making sure the budgets are actually achievable. Finally, let's look at some of the common situational interview questions you might come across. First, which budgeting approach do you recommend for fast growing startups and why? For fast growing startups, bottoms up budgeting usually works the best. Startups usually need granular visibility into costs, and teams often operate into rapidly changing conditions, meaning that they need a lot of flexibility. And bottoms approach helps capture those evolving needs, especially in areas like marketing, product development, and hiring. That being said, as the startup scales up and starts focusing on profitability, they can blend in both top down and bottoms up budgeting targets to drive cost discipline. Another question like this: in your experience, which approach works better in uncertain economic conditions? So, during uncertainties like an economic downturn or major supply chain disruption, top down approach is often slightly more effective. This is because leaderships here need to act fast, clear cost reduction targets, and make sure that the company stays financially healthy. However, a bottoms up review of critical spends is equally important to identify areas where cost cuts would damage operations or future growth. Another interesting question: what is FP&A's role when leadership sets particularly aggressive top down targets that seem unrealistic? And this is a common FP&A challenge. Here, it is all about communication and data. It is FP&A's role to model different scenarios to show the leadership the potential risk of overly aggressive targets. For example, FP&A could present a best case scenario where targets are met but with significant operational strain. A base case or a realistic scenario showing that what's achievable based on historical data and current conditions. And finally, a worst case scenario showing the impact if the targets are missed. This helps leadership makes informed decisions and trade-offs rather than pushing down the numbers that aren't tied to reality. Here is another one. How do you ensure that bottoms-up budgets are realistic and not inflated? This is again where FP&A comes in. FP&A should be setting clear guidelines on acceptable cost assumptions like inflation rates, salary bands, etc. FP&A also should conduct review sessions with each and every department to challenge assumptions and ask for justification on the big ticket items. FP&A can also use benchmarking. Either it can compare against the historical data or peer companies to flag areas where spending looks excessive. Key here is transparency. Business teams need to know that FP&A isn't here to just cut costs, but to make sure that every dollar adds value to the company. And the final question for today: can tops down and bottoms up budgeting work together? Absolutely. And most FP&A teams use a hybrid approach. The best processes typically look like this. First, the leadership sets the high level strategic targets, the overall revenue, margin, and cost, which is the top-down approach. Next, department build detailed plans with FP&A teams, which is a bottom-up process. Next, FP&A team consolidates the plan, identifies gaps, and works with the leadership and departments to clear those gaps through prioritization, trade-offs, scenario adjustments, and negotiation. The goal here is to combine leadership strategic vision with the operational reality from the teams on the ground. I am curious to know, how does your company approach budgeting? Do you follow a tops-down process or a bottoms-up one or a mix of both? Let me know in the comments below, and I would love to hear to know how your FP&A teams handle it. Remember, budgeting isn't just about aligning numbers. It's about aligning strategy with reality, and FP&A teams are right at the heart of making that happen. Most companies end up spending anywhere between 2 to 3 months building their annual budgets. But do you know what actually happens during that time? Today, I'll break down the exact steps FP&A teams take to create an annual budget, and more importantly, how you can explain this confidently in your next FP&A interview. Interviewers love this question because this shows if you get the big picture or not. It's not just about the budget, it's about how to run the whole process, align teams, and make the numbers work. If you have been a part of a budgeting process before, that's good. You can connect your experience when you watch this video. However, if you've never been a part of budgeting, I will be giving you a step by step breakdown to nail this question confidently in your next interview. Now, this can be asked in the interview in different ways. I'll just give you some examples. Walk me through your annual budgeting process. How do you kick off the budgeting cycle in your organization? What are some tools or templates do you use to collect budget inputs? How do you ensure that all departments stay aligned to overall target? What's the FP&A team's role in consolidating and finalizing the budget? How do you handle inflated budgets or unrealistic requests from the teams? How do you review and validate budget inputs from different teams? How do you ensure accuracy and consistency in the budget assumptions? What are some of the challenges that you have faced during budgeting and how did you overcome them? How do you communicate budget expectations to the department heads? How do you deal with the last minute changes in the budgeting process? Next, let's talk about the three phases that form the backbone of any smooth budgeting process. First is the planning phase. Here we create budget calendars and set guidelines. Next comes the execution phase, which is collecting inputs, validating assumptions, and consolidating data. And finally, we have the review and the consolidation phase, where FP&A teams iterate with leadership, resolve gaps, and prepare the budget for approval. Next, let's break down each of these phases further. Okay, so step one is planning, and this is where a lot of FP&A teams either set themselves up for success or for a whole lot of chaos. This has two main parts. The first is the budget calendar or the timeline, and the second is the budget guidelines. First, let's talk about the budget calendar or the budget timelines. Think of budgeting like preparing for a big exam. You don't just start last minute. First, we set board review date. Usually, this is sometime in November or December, and then we work backwards to set key deadlines. For example, you think about for the board review to happen in December, when should the leadership reviews, which is the reviews with the CEO and CFO, should be scheduled? Then you work backwards, how much time will be required for FP&A for consolidation and reviews? Based on that, when should we put the due date for departmental submissions? And again, working backwards, when should we do the template distribution for collecting the inputs? So if you notice, even if the approval is in December, the budget process usually kicks 2 to 3 months earlier, sometimes as early in August or September, especially for bigger companies. Next, along with the calendar, FP&A teams also set clear guidelines to help keep everyone on the same page. Here are some examples of budget guidelines. Use official templates, no custom spreadsheets. Any big differences or increases from the previous year will need justification. No last minute changes without CFO sign off. Expenses must be faced realistically, not just flat 1 by 12 split unless it makes sense. These are just some examples of guidelines to keep the process smooth. In reality, these guidelines will be very tailored for your organizations and for different departments. Once the planning is done, we next move into the execution phase. This is where the real action starts. First, we start by designing the budget templates. But these aren't just blank Excel files. They are tailored for each department, pre-filled with historical data for easy reference and locked wherever needed to prevent accidental changes to formulas. Once we have set up these templates, we always test them, especially since they will be used by non-finance stakeholders. And our goal is to make them as simple, user friendly as possible so that they don't require anyone in the team to be an Excel expert. Once the templates are ready, FP&A teams hold a kickoff meeting where all the business units are present. After that, we send the budget templates along with the key assumptions like inflation, FX rates, and salary hikes with clear deadlines and example templates so that everyone knows what exactly is expected. Once the templates are sent out, we don't just sit back and wait for the final submissions. FP&A team runs weekly check-ins with each department. These sessions are super important to answer questions, tackle any roadblocks early, and make sure that everyone stays on track and we are not scrambling for inputs at the last minute. Finally, the departments submit their draft budgets with revenue numbers, expense estimates, and any major projects or hiring plans. But this is not just about the numbers. They also need to share their assumptions and justifications so that the FP&A teams understand the why behind the numbers and make sure that everything ties back to the strategy and it is not just a wish list. Once all the templates are in, FP&A gets to work consolidating and reviewing them, pulling together all the department budgets into one big company wide budget. This is the phase 3. Let's talk about the third phase, which is the review and iteration. Once all the numbers are in, FP&A doesn't just compile them. We go through multiple rounds of reviews. First, there is an internal FP&A check to catch any logic gaps, formula errors, or unrealistic assumptions. Then we have reviews with the business teams to align on operations. This is followed by the CFO review. And finally, there is a CEO review before it goes to the board for approval. Along the way, there is a lot of back and forth. Because FP&A's role is to spot gaps between departments' ask and leadership targets and explain why those gaps exist and help both the sides find a middle ground. Sometimes that means negotiating costs, adjusting targets, or running different scenarios to show the trade offs. Yes, FP&A teams also put together different scenarios: a base case scenario for what's expected, a best case scenario if things go better than planned, and a worst case scenario in case of a downturn. This helps the leadership to see risks, opportunities, and trade offs before finalizing the budget. Next, once the FP&A, CFO, and the CEO are aligned, the final budget is presented to the board of directors. The board usually doesn't make any change to the budget numbers, but they may ask questions about risk, assumptions, and how well the plans align with the strategy. Next, we will answer some of the common related FP&A interview questions on the budget process. What are the best practices in budgeting, or how can you improve the budgeting process? If you are asked how to improve the budgeting process, here are some best practices to mention in the interview. First, set clear timelines and ownership upfront. Second, align on common assumptions across the team. Third, use historical data and benchmarks to challenge inflated requests. Fourth, maintain version control with proper documentation. Fifth, always explain the why behind the numbers to get the buy-in. Another interesting interview question: what is the FP&A role throughout the budgeting process? To answer this, you can say FP&A isn't just about collecting numbers, it is at the heart of the budgeting process. FP&A has different roles. They act as project managers to keep things on track. They act as analysts challenging assumptions. They act as advisors aligning plans with strategy, as negotiators bridging the gap between the teams and leadership, and as storytellers who turn numbers into clear and compelling stories. Next, how do you handle departments inflating their budgets? If a department is inflating its budget, I would challenge big increases by asking for detailed justification, reviewing assumptions, and benchmarking against the past data and industry standards. And that's how we will make sure that every dollar is tied to a real need. Next, what if the bottom up budget exceeds the top down targets? That's a common challenge. I would consolidate the numbers, highlight the gap with clear reasons, and present different scenarios to show the trade off. This will help the leadership prioritize and align the bottoms up needs with the top down targets. Another common question: what tools do you use for budgets? This depends on the company. Some companies use Excel for everything, others have budgeting softwares like Adaptive, Anaplan, or Workday. In some companies, it is a mix: Excel for collecting the inputs, but the data collected is then uploaded into a system for consolidation. I am curious, how does your company approach the budgeting process? Do you follow a structured calendar? Do you use Excel or a budgeting tool? Let me know in the comments below. I would love to hear how your FP&A teams handle it. On a quick side note, at FP&A Professionals Institute, our mission is to help 1 million professionals master finance and FP&A skills. So if you're serious about FP&A, do check out our certified global FP&A professional program, the CGFPA certification. Link to download the brochure are given in the description below. Also, you can visit our website www.fpnaprofessionals.com or scan the QR code here for a bunch of free resources, including books, courses, and cheat sheets. Most companies set budgets at the beginning of the year. But what happens when things don't go as per plan? Maybe the sales are much higher or lower than expected, or costs change due to market conditions. This is where fixed versus flexible budgets become crucial, especially if you are working in FP&A. And if you are preparing for FP&A interviews, this is another one of those topics that the interviewers could test, because this shows how well you understand the budgets in real life situations. In this video, let me break down the key differences between the fixed and the flexible budgets, when to use each, and how you can explain them confidently in your next FP&A interview. But before we dive deeper, let's quickly understand the different ways how this question might show up on the FP&A interview, because it is rarely asked as a textbook definition. Let's take a look at some variations of this question that you might hear. Can you explain the difference between the fixed and flexible budgets? In what situation would you recommend using flexible budget instead of the fixed budget? How can FP&A teams use flexible budgets to adjust for changing business situations? What are some advantages and limitations of each approach? Can you share an example where flexible budget helped improve decision making in a real life situation? So I hope you get it. It is not just about knowing the bookish definitions. It is also knowing how to apply it in real business scenarios. Next, let's break down what these two types of budgets actually are. Let's start with the basics. So, what's exactly fixed and flexible budgets? A fixed budget is a budget that is created at the beginning of the period, say for the entire year, and it stays same no matter what happens during the year. Whether the sales go up or down or stays flat, the budget doesn't change. It is like setting a target once and sticking to it. On the other hand, a flexible budget is dynamic. It adjusts based on the business activity. For example, if you produce and sell more number of products than expected, the flexible budget will allow you for higher costs like raw materials and labor, because those costs naturally rise when you produce more. So in short, flexible budget allows you adjustment based on the levels of activity, while the fixed budget doesn't change even if the business activity changes. Understanding this difference is important for FP&A because it affects how we plan, monitor, and analyze business performance. Now that we know what fixed and flexible budgets are, let's take a look at the key differences between them and how they work in real life business situations. I will be sharing a quick contrast between the fixed and the flexible budgets for the next few seconds on the screen. Now, the next logical question you might have is which one to use when. So, if you are in a stable business where things don't change much, like an office setup, fixed budgets work well. But if your sales or production change a lot, for example, in manufacturing or retail, flexible budgets give you a clearer picture of the performance. So, as an FP&A professional, knowing when to use which budget is one of the key to giving leadership the right insights. Next, let's talk about some of the advantages or benefits of the fixed budgets. First, it is very simple to create and manage. Once you set it, you don't have to adjust it every time when something changes. Second, it gives a clear spending limit. It helps control costs and keeps the team focused on staying within the set budget. Third, it is good for stable environments, especially if your business is very predictable, like a service company with fixed contracts. A fixed budget works well. And fourth, it is easy to communicate. Everyone knows the numbers upfront, so there is no confusion about targets. In short, the fixed budgets are great for cost control and simplicity, especially when there are few surprises in your business. Now, while the fixed budgets are simple, they also come with some big limitations, especially in fast changing environments. First, they are not flexible. If the sales suddenly increase or decrease, the budget doesn't adjust so that it gives a misleading picture of the performance. Second, variance analysis sometimes become tricky because of this. You might see big variances, but it's hard to know if that's because of good or bad management or simply because of the business activity has changed. Third, it is not suited for dynamic businesses. If your company faces frequent changes like seasonal demand or volatile markets, then fixed budgets can feel outdated very quickly. So while fixed budgets are easy to manage, they lack adaptability, which can be a big problem when the reality shifts. Now let's talk about flexible budgets and why many companies prefer that, especially in dynamic working environments. First, it adjusts to real business activity. If the sales go up or down, the budget moves with it and gives a more accurate view of the performance. Second, it is better for decision making. Management can see whether variances are due to volume changes or actual operational issues. Third, it makes variance analysis more meaningful. When you're comparing apples to apples, which is actual cost versus what cost should have been for that level of activity. And finally, it helps manage variable costs. Things like raw materials, sales commission, and utilities adjust naturally with the business volume. In short, flexible budgets give a clearer and more realistic picture, helping companies make better decisions as things change. Of course, flexible budgets are not perfect. They come with their own challenges. First, they are more complex to create. You need to understand which costs are fixed and which are variable. That is not always very easy. Second, it requires good amount of data. If you don't have accurate data on cost drivers, flexible budgeting can give you wrong results. Third, it takes more time and effort. Unlike fixed budgets, which you set once, flexible budgets require constant updating as business conditions change. And finally, it needs buy in from the teams. Since the numbers adjust, some teams might push back on the moving targets, especially if they impact bonuses or evaluations. So, while fixed budgets offer better accuracy, they also require strong data, systems, and processes to work effectively. So, now, how do you decide when to use fixed versus flexible budgets? And what role does FP&A teams play in this? Here are some best practices. You can use fixed budgets for costs that don't change. For example, costs like rent, salaries, and insurance. You can use flexible budgets for costs that depend on the business activity. Costs like raw materials, sales commissions, and shipping. Also, you can combine both. Many companies use a hybrid approach where part of the budget is fixed and part is flexible. And here is the FP&A role. Number one, designing the budget framework, helping the businesses understand which costs are fixed and variable. Second, monitoring performance, using flexible budgets to analyze variances that make sense, comparing actuals to what should have been spent. Third, advising the leadership, giving insights on what to adjust and how to align them with changing business situations. And finally, communicating clearly, making sure that all teams understand how flexible budgets work and why they are necessary in uncertain environments. In short, the FP&A team ensures that the budget stay realistic and aligned with the business goals no matter what happens during the year. I would love to know, does your company use flexible budgets, fixed budgets, or a mix of both? Let me know in the comments below. I would love to know how you approach budgeting in your organization. Interviewers may not always ask this question in that way. Here are some of the other ways this question might actually show up in an interview. How do you approach updating a forecast? What process do you follow when revising revenue and expense forecast? Can you explain how you would update the forecast based on the new actuals? How would you go about adjusting the forecast at the end of a quarter? What steps do you take to ensure the accuracy of the updated forecast? If revenue trends change mid-year, how would you reflect that in your forecast? Tell me how you would collaborate with business partners to update a forecast. What inputs and data points do you consider when updating forecasts? How do you ensure stakeholder buy-in when revising forecasts for the rest of the year? No matter how they ask this question, there is a clear way to approach it. And here is my three-step process to get it right every time. Alright, let's start with step one, which is updating the preliminary forecast. This is where I pull together all the latest data and put together a first cut of the forecast. First, I look at the actuals. Say, for example, quarter one has just closed. Now, if my previous forecast was what we called a 2 plus 10 version, meaning 2 months of actuals and 10 months of forecast, now that March month is done, this would become the plus 9 version, meaning 3 months of actuals and 9 months of forecast. So I would replace March month's prior forecast numbers with March actual numbers and then build the new 3 plus 9 forecast version. Then I'll take the Q1 actuals and compare them to both the prior forecast and the budget to see how we are tracking. For example, the revenue is already 5% below plan, let's say because of some customers delayed onboarding. This is a red flag I need to factor in for the remaining 9 months forecast. I would reach out to my business partners like sales, marketing, HR, and operations and gather all the necessary updates. For example, I will check with my sales team if there are any big deals about to close or getting delayed. I will check with HR if hiring plans we reviewed last month are still on track. Maybe we planned for 50 new hires, but now only 30 are happening due to market conditions. That would directly affect our expense forecast. From marketing, I would want to know if any major marketing campaigns are planned, postponed, or cancelled because that will also directly impact both my expenses and revenue forecast. Once I have all of this, I will update the key assumptions like volume, pricing, costs, and headcount. That gives me a refresh forecast for the rest of the year. Alright, so now we have got a draft forecast, but that's only half the job done. Let us talk about the next step where how I review and challenge those numbers with the business to make sure that they make sense. Once I have the first draft ready based on the actuals and business inputs, I don't stop there. That is just the starting point. The next important step is to sit down with all the key stakeholders and review the numbers together. So I would set up meetings with sales, marketing, HR, and operations, and we will go line by line through the forecast. For example, if the sales has projected a big jump in revenue, I will ask them what is driving this increase. Are there specific deals in the pipeline? Have contracts been signed? Or is this still under negotiation? Same thing with the marketing team. If they've added a large budget for a campaign, I would want to know, is this a confirmed spend? What is the expected ROI? The goal here is not to just collect numbers, but to challenge and understand the assumptions and make sure that they are realistic. Because sometimes business teams can either be too optimistic or too conservative. And it's our job in FP&A to find that balanced view. If sales team is being too aggressive or marketing is playing too safe, we need to step in and ensure that the forecast reflects the reality. Also, during these reviews, we discuss risks and opportunities, like what could go wrong that might bring revenues down, what unexpected opportunities could boost our numbers. And at the end of the step, we have a more validated and aligned forecast, one that business understands and owns, not just a finance only number. And of course, I always review this consolidated forecast with the CFO to align on the big picture, walk them through the key changes, and highlight risks or opportunities that they care about. Sometimes the CFO may ask me questions, challenge some of the parts of the forecast, ask for what if scenarios, or want to dig into the business drivers. But by the end of this, we will have a well vetted forecast that has been reviewed both by the business leaders and finance leadership, ready for consolidation. Once we have aligned the business teams and the CFO, now comes the final piece, bringing everything together and making it official. Once I've got the reviewed and agreed upon numbers from all the teams, my next job is to bring it all together into one consolidated company wide forecast. Here, I make sure that everything ties up together. For example, if the HR says that we are hiring 30 new people, does that properly reflect in the headcount and the salary cost? If the marketing team is running a big campaign, is that showing up in the expense forecast? And are those campaigns expected to impact revenues as sales team projected? So it's all about connecting the dots and making sure that the story holds together. Then comes the validation. I go through the numbers to check for any errors, broken links, or assumptions that don't make any sense. I also ensure that revenues, costs, and margins align properly and that there is no surprise when leadership sees the final numbers. Once everything looks good, I would lock the forecast and upload the final forecast into the system. Whether you're using Excel or budget tools like Anaplan, Oracle, or whichever tool your company is using. Finally, I would prepare a management review pack. This is where we summarize the key highlights of the updated forecast. What change has happened since the last forecast? How are we tracking against the budget? What are the key risks and opportunities ahead? This reporting pack helps the leadership quickly understand where we stand and what actions might be needed. So that's how I would approach updating a forecast, from gathering data to reviews to final consolidation and reporting. Quick question: how often does your company update forecast? Is it monthly, quarterly? Drop it in the comments below. I would love to. If you are preparing for an FP&A interview, one question you absolutely need to be ready for is how do you handle budget variances? And trust me, this is one of those questions that really separate the average candidates from the top professionals. Most people stop at explaining what a variance is. But if you want to show up as someone who truly adds value to the business, you need to demonstrate that you don't just analyze variances. You dig deeper, tell the story, and drive action. So in this video, I am going to walk you through a simple three-step approach plus two powerful techniques that will help you answer this question like a pro and sound like a true business partner. Before we dive into how to answer this question, let me say this. This question can be asked in many different ways. Here are some of the ways it might actually come up in an FP&A interview. How do you approach variance analysis? Walk me through how you analyze and explain budget variances. What steps do you take when actual results differ from the budget? How do you investigate and report significant variances in budget versus actuals? What's your process for identifying and explaining cost overruns or revenue shortfalls? How do you partner with the business to analyze variances? What would you do if you noticed a major variance in monthly reporting? How do you communicate unfavorable variances to leadership? What kind of recommendations do you provide when there is a significant variance from the budget? Can you share an example of a time where you found and addressed a significant variance? No matter how they ask this question, whether it's about analyzing variance, handling deviations from the budget, or explaining them to the leadership, the way you answer should follow a very clear process. And that's what I am going to break down for you in this video. Step 1 is all about analyzing and identifying the key drivers. Whenever I see a variance, whether in revenue, expenses, or profit, the first thing I do is dig into the numbers and figure out what's really going on. And this is where I use a simple but powerful technique called the 5 Whys. Let's take an example. Let's say the revenue is lower than the budget. I'll start asking, why is the revenues down? Maybe the sales volumes are lower. Then I would ask, why are the volumes down? Maybe a key deal got delayed. Why was it delayed? Maybe the client's internal approvals weren't finalized. And why was not that finalized? Maybe due to a shift in priorities on the client's end. You notice I keep on going until I hit the root cause because that's the insight that the leadership team needs to know. And I would follow the same process for expenses. If the costs are higher than the budget, I would ask, are the raw material prices going up? Did we hire ahead of plan? Or maybe the marketing team launched an extra campaign that was not there in the budget. The point is, you should not stop at the numbers. Peel the layers to get to the why. That's what makes you valuable in FP&A. Alright, so once we have broken down the numbers and understood the root causes, I move on to the step number 2, which is collaborating with the business teams. Here is where a lot of finance folks would stop. They stare at the spreadsheet but don't actually pick up the phone and call the business. But if you really want to understand what's happening, you need to talk to the business. I use a very simple framework for these conversations. I call it the DERP framework. Let me break it down for you. D here stands for defining the variance. What exactly is the gap between the actuals and the budget? E stands for explaining the variance. Why did it happen? Timing, price, volume, or something else. R stands for recommending actions. What can we do now to fix or adjust this? And finally, P stands for projecting the impact. How will this affect the next quarter or the rest of the year? So I would sit down with the different business teams like sales, marketing, HR, and operations and walk through each part of the DERP framework with them. Let's take an example. For sales, they might say that a big client delayed their order. Great. That helps me define and explain the variance. Next, I would ask who owns fixing this and what's the plan? Will it close in the next quarter or do we need to pivot? This is the way I would get the full story behind the numbers. And I am not just presenting data to the leadership. I am providing actionable insights. Because remember, finance job is not to just report variances. It is to help the business make better decisions. And once I have got the full picture and I am aligned with the business teams, I move on to step number 3, which is recommending actions and communicating insight. If it is a one-time issue like a customer delay, I would flag it as a temporary issue and let the leadership know that it would correct itself soon. But if it is a structural issue like consistently dropping demand or rising costs, I would recommend adjusting the forecast or reallocating the budgets accordingly. And when I communicate this to the leadership, I make sure to tie it back to the DERP framework. Here is what happened. Here is why why it happened, here is what we recommend doing about it, and here is what impact it could have going forward. Because the leadership team doesn't just want numbers, they want clarity, confidence, and the next steps. That's how we make sure that variances turn into actionable insights that help the business teams move forward. Quick question: when you spot a big variance in your company, how do you handle it? Do you just report it, or do you dive deeper with techniques like the 5I or a structured framework like DERP? Drop it in the comments. On a quick side note, at FP&A Professionals Institute, our mission is to help 1 million professionals master finance and FP&A skills. So if you're serious about FP&A, do check out our certified global FP&A professional program, the CGFPA certification. Link to download the brochure are given in the description below. Also, you can visit our website www.fpnaprofessionals.com or scan the QR code here for a bunch of free resources, including books, courses, and cheat sheets. One of the most common FP&A interview questions that can catch you off guard is, what are some of the common forecasting methods? Most candidates I have interviewed can name one or two, maybe mention historical trends or rolling forecast and just stop there. But if you really want to stand out, you need to not just list down the forecasting methods, but be able to explain when and why to use each of them and show that you can think like a true business partner. In this video, I am going to break down the 7 most important forecasting methods with simple explanations and examples so that you can answer this question confidently and sound like someone who belongs in the room with senior leaders. And just so that you are prepared, this question might be asked in different ways in the interview. You might hear something like, what forecasting techniques do you rely on? Or walk me through the forecasting models you have used in your past roles. Or how do you decide which forecasting methods to apply? No matter how they frame it, your answer should be structured and thoughtful. So let us build the answer together now. Before we jump into the forecasting methods, let me give you some context. Forecasting isn't one size fits all. Different businesses, industries, and situations require different approaches. Choosing the right method doesn't just improve accuracy, it also builds trust, helps leadership makes faster decisions, and shows that you understand both numbers and the business context. Now with that, let's dive into the 7 most common forecasting methods you should absolutely know for your next FP&A interview. First is statistical forecasting. Methods like moving averages, linear regression, and time series analysis. These are the most classic forecasting techniques that rely on historical data to predict future performance. Let's say moving averages helps smoothen out fluctuations over time and is great for a steady business. Linear regression, on the other hand, is about fitting a straight line to a historical trend to project the forecast forward, while time series analysis helps capture seasonality and cyclical patterns. The question is, when should we be using statistical methods? The answer: when you have reliable historical data and a relatively stable business condition. But what if the historical data isn't very good quality, or in some cases it doesn't exist at all? That's where judgmental forecasting comes in. Here you tap into the expertise of leaders, market specialists, and internal teams. One example is Delphi method. Here you gather a team of experts and take their opinions and converge on a consensus. This approach works best for new markets, product launches, and when data is not available and where experience matters more. Next one is one of my personal favorites and the most frequently used in FP&A: driver based forecasting. Here you tie forecasts with key business drivers. For example, revenue is equal to price into volume, or headcount cost is equal to number of employees into average cost per head. This keeps the forecast grounded in operational reality and aligns finance with business conversations. Exactly what makes you a true business partner. In today's uncertain world, scenario based forecasting is CFO's best friend. Rather than forecasting a single number, you build out multiple outcomes like best case, base case, and the worst case. For example, if you're launching a new product, your scenarios might be: in the base case, 5,000 units; in the best case, 7,000 units if marketing team over delivers; and the worst case, 3,500 units if the demand falls short. This helps the leadership teams plan for risk and seize opportunities proactively. The next is rolling forecast. Unlike static annual forecast, rolling forecasts are updated frequently, either on a monthly or a quarterly basis. So you have always a forward looking 12 to to 18-month horizon. CFOs love rolling forecasts because they keep the forecast relevant, dynamic, and adaptable, which is very crucial in fast moving industries. The next forecasting method is zero based forecasting. It means starting from scratch every cycle, questioning each and every assumption, re-justifying each expense instead of just using last year's numbers as a starting point. For example, instead of saying marketing team spend $500,000 because that's what we did last year, you ask what are we trying to achieve and how much should we invest for that objective. This method is particularly valuable during cost cutting phases or organizational restructuring. And finally, modern FP&A teams are now using predictive models and machine learning to forecast more accurately by spotting patterns in massive datasets. Retailers, for example, forecast sales by combining past performance, promotional calendars, holidays, and even weather data. But always remember, predictive tools are only as good as the judgment behind them. The best forecasting comes when blending data science with business context. Quick question: which forecasting method does your team use more often? And do you personally rely on forecasting data models or business intuition? Drop your answers in the comments below. All know that budgeting is one of the core responsibilities in FP&A. Every company does it, and FP&A teams spend months building them. But here is the truth. Budgets, while necessary, often becomes outdated, rigid, and sometimes even holds the businesses back. And in FP&A interviews, when you are asked what are the limitations of budgeting, most candidates give a textbook answer and miss the chance to show the real business understanding. In this video, I am going to help you break down this question with confidence, giving you 7 budgeting limitations, real world examples, and how smart FP&A professionals just go beyond traditional budgeting. Coming back to the interview question. Now, interviewers won't always ask what are the limitations of budgeting. It often shows up in different forms. Here are a few examples. What challenges have you faced with budgeting? Why do budgets sometimes fail to reflect the business reality? What are the downsides of relying too heavily on fixed budget? How do you handle situations where the budget becomes irrelevant in the mid-year? What are some of the common criticisms of the budgeting process? No matter how they ask this question, your answer should show that you understand both the constraints and how modern FP&A teams work around them. So let's dive in. Before we jump into answering this question, let's quickly talk about why this question matters. Budgets are important. They set the direction, they align teams and helps us allocate resources. But smart finance professionals and great FP&A candidates know that budget isn't a crystal ball. The business world shifts fast. Markets evolve, competitors react, and unexpected risks pop up. If you follow the budget blindly, you risk missing the chance to adapt and help the business pivot when it matters the most. That's why the interviewers ask this. They're looking for someone who understands those blind spots and knows how to think beyond the traditional spreadsheets. The first limitation of budgeting is that the budgets are sometimes rigid and inflexible. Once a budget is locked, companies often treat it like a Bible. But market moves fast, customer demand shift, and competitor launch new initiatives. So being too rigid means that you're missing out on opportunities or reacting too slowly to risk. The second limitation of budgeting is that it is too time consuming and resource heavy. Let's face it, traditional budgeting can drag on for months with multiple iterations and endless meetings. And by the time you finish it, assumptions you started with may have already been outdated. The third limitation of budget is that it is overly focused on short-term goals. Budgets can push teams to meet your year-end targets, sometimes at the expense of long-term strategy. Instead of asking what best for sustainable growth, teams start asking how do we hit this year's number. Budgeting sometimes can discourage innovation. Too often, teams shy away from trying out new ideas because it's not in the budget. This limits creativity and agility, even when a new initiative which is not there in the budget can drive significant returns. The next limitation of budgeting is that it is prone to gaming and sandbagging. People naturally protect themselves. Sales teams might understate targets or departments might inflate costs to make targets easier to beat. Misalignment can distort both numbers and trust. Also, the budget can quickly become outdated in volatile environments. In fast changing markets or situations like the COVID pandemic, a budget set months ago can quickly become irrelevant. This is where the rolling forecast and scenario planning come in handy to keep things agile. And finally, budget can focus a lot on cost control versus value creation. Traditional budgeting often emphasizes cutting costs rather than asking where should we invest to create the most value. That mindset can limit growth, especially in industries where strategic investment is key to staying competitive. Now, here is the good part. Modern FP&A isn't limited by traditional budgeting. Here are some ways how finance teams can overcome these challenges. First is rolling forecast, which helps us continuously update forecast to reflect the new information. Second is driver based forecasting, which helps us tie the forecast to key business drivers and not just arbitrary numbers. The third is scenario planning, which helps us model multiple outcomes to prepare for various uncertainties. And most importantly, shifting the conversation from what did we spend to what are we investing in and why. When you talk about budgeting limitations in an interview, always end by showing your understanding how FP&A teams can help the business stay nimble and forward looking. I'm curious, how does budgeting work in your company? Is it still a once a year exercise, or have you moved towards a more agile approach like rolling forecast or scenario planning? Drop your answers in the comments. I would love to hear how your team handles it. If you work in FP&A, you have probably heard the terms annual operating plan and budget used all the time, sometimes even in the same sentence. But here is the thing, most people use them interchangeably, and that's a mistake. They may sound similar, but they serve very different purposes. And if you can't clearly explain that in an interview, you might come across as someone who doesn't fully get the strategic side of finance. In this video, I am going to break down the key differences between the annual operating plan and the budget with simple and real world examples. So you can answer this question confidently and sounds like someone who truly understands how planning works at the leadership level. Now, interviewers might not always ask this as what is the difference between AOP and the budget. It often comes in different forms. Some examples are, can you explain how AOP and budget differ in your organization? Do you see the AOP as a part of the budgeting process or something broader? What is the relationship between strategic planning and budgeting? How would you explain annual operating plan versus a budget to a non-finance stakeholder? It doesn't matter however they frame the question. What they really want to know is, do you understand how big picture business planning connects with the detailed financial targets? Let's break that down in this video. Now, before we get into the answer, let's try to understand why is this an important question. Because it's not just about definitions, it's about whether you understand the different layers of business planning. AOP, or the annual operating plan, is about translating strategy into action. It sets direction, priorities, and key initiatives for the year. The budget, on the other hand, is a financial commitment, the line by line numbers that hold the teams accountable. The interviewers want to see that, do you get the difference? One is about where we are going and how we'll get there, and the other is about what we are going to spend and achieve. Explain that clearly, and you would show that you are not just a spreadsheet person, but you understand how finance drives strategy. Here are the five key differences between the annual operating plan and the budget. The annual operating plan sets the direction, aligning strategy, defining the big goals, and laying out the business priorities for the year. On the other hand, the budget is about financial control, setting specific targets and constraints. Second, the EOP is broader. It covers initiatives, headcount plans, market expansions, and key projects. However, the budget zooms in on specific financial line items like revenue targets, expenses, and profitability. Although both are annual exercises, but the AOP often links to a multi-year goal. However, the budget is focused on that financial year's execution only. In most companies, AOP is a guide that can adapt as the year progresses. On the other hand, the budget, once approved, becomes a benchmark, sometimes often rigid and used for performance management. Finally, the AOP focuses on outputs like initiatives, new product launches, marketing campaigns, and hiring plans, while the budget translates all of that into numbers like revenue projections, expenses, and profit margins. The key here is to understand that how both work together. Think of annual operating plan as the blueprint, which defines where the business wants to go, the big bets it's making, and the resources that are needed. The budget is the financial engine that powers that blueprint, translating those plans into numbers, funding decisions, and targets. In well run companies, the AOP and the budgets are built side by side. The businesses first align on strategy and initiatives in the annual operating plan, and then the finance team translates that into detailed budget. If you can explain this relationship clearly, you're showing that you understand both strategy and execution, and that's what makes you stand out. Now that we've spoken about the differences, here is something interviewers will love if you can point it out. What's common between AOP and the budget? Both are about planning for the future and ensuring that business has clear direction and financial discipline. They both require alignment with leadership and cross-functional teams. It's not something that finance does in isolation. And most importantly, both are used to measure performance, whether it's hitting strategic goals from AOP or financial targets set in the budget. So in an interview, if you not only explain the differences but also highlight these common threads, you will show that you have a complete understanding of how finance supports the business planning end to end. I'm curious, in your company, do you treat annual operating plan and budget as separate exercises, or do they happen together in one integrated process? Drop your answers in the comments. I would love to know how your finance team approaches it. You must have seen this in accounting. We break down the cash flow statement into three parts: the operating activities, investment activities, and financing activities. This is good for reviewing the historicals and looking backwards. But in FP&A, we care about what is ahead. That is where the cash flow forecasts are used, which helps us see what cash is coming in and going out over the next few weeks and months. Most people don't think about this until there is a firefighting situation, like salaries is due next week and there is not enough money in the bank. By that point, it's usually too late. Cash forecasts are not just for companies that are in trouble. It helps all companies to spot issues early, make arrangements for necessary loans, avoid unnecessary debt, build better relationships with vendors and suppliers and customers. Overall, it helps plan growth more confidently and you feel more in control. Now, coming back to the video, before we get into the cash forecast, let's first try and understand what exactly is cash flow. Cash flow is the movement of actual cash in and out of your business. It is not revenue, it is not profit, it is cold hard cash. When customers pay you, that is an inflow. When you pay salaries, rent, and vendors, that is an outflow. Now, most companies look at their cash flow statement broken down into three categories: the operating activities, which is the day to day business activities, investment activities, which is buying and selling assets, and financing activities, which is loans, repayments, and equity. This is great, but this is all historical data and it tells you what already happened. On the other hand, a cash flow forecast is your future view. It estimates how much cash will come in and go out over a specific period. This could be weekly, monthly, or quarterly. And this is a big deal because even profitable companies can run out of cash. You could have sales on paper, but if your customers delay payments and your bills are due, you are stuck. That is why a cash flow forecast isn't just a finance tool, it is a survival tool. Now, you might be wondering, and a lot of people also ask me this question: why do we prepare a cash flow forecast on a weekly basis? Why not just stick to monthly or quarterly cash forecast? So, here is the answer: cash doesn't move out of your bank on a monthly basis, it moves in and out daily. Vendors get paid on different dates. In many countries, salaries are paid out twice a month. Customers usually pay at random. A monthly view smoothens all of these spikes. But when you look at it on a weekly basis, the weekly cash flow forecast catches them. The weekly format gives you better precision, timing, and quicker reactions. You can spot issues early, plan ahead, and actually do something before you run out of cash and cash flow is a problem. And the sweet spot is 13 weeks. That is one full quarter, which is long enough for you to see the trends and short enough for you to stay accurate. It gives you enough time to prepare, but not so far out that it becomes a guesswork. Now, let's talk about when you should be using the weekly cash flow forecast. And the answer might surprise you. Most people think that weekly cash flow forecasting is just for companies who are in distress or when you are low on cash or under pressure from lenders. But honestly, that's too late. The best time to build a weekly cash forecast is before you need it. If you are a growing startup, then you need to manage cash burn. If you are a mature business, you want to avoid borrowing unnecessarily. If you are a business which is seasonal, then forecasting cash helps you ride out the slow months. And if you are in a tight margin industry, then knowing your liquidity position each week can be the difference between survival and shutdown. I have seen so many companies with strong revenues crash because they did not track cash properly. And I have seen businesses stay afloat just because they could anticipate a shortfall 3 weeks in advance and adjust quickly. The bottom line, if cash matters to your business, and I'm sure it always does, then weekly cash flow forecasting is for you. All right, let's get into how building a weekly cash flow forecast isn't as complicated as it sounds. Here is a simple step by step breakdown. In step number one, you set up your Excel or Google Sheet. Across the top, list down your weeks, usually 13 weeks ahead. Down the side, you break your cash flow into two main parts. The first one is the cash inflows, which is usually customer payments, interest income, refunds, etc. And second is the cash outflow, which is payroll, rent, vendor payments, loan repayments, etc. In step number two, you start with the actual data. You fill in 3 to 4 weeks of actual cash data from your bank account. This gives you a baseline to start the forecast from. In step number three, you forecast the cash inflows. Think about how does your business collect money. If you have subscription or contracts, use those dates. If customers pay after invoices, estimate based on your past payment history. The key here is to stay realistic when you estimate the cash inflows. Step number four is forecasting your cash outflows. List your fixed expenses first, like rent, staff, salaries, utilities, etc. Then add variable costs like inventory, marketing, and one-off expenses. The pro tip here is to flag critical vendors separately. They get paid first if the cash is tight. Next, step number five is to calculate the net cash flows and the ending balance. Each week, you subtract the total cash outflows from the inflows. That is your net cash flow. Then you update your ending cash balance week by week. This gives you a running picture of how your bank balance will change in the coming week. That brings us to the sixth and the final step, which is analyzing and identifying red flags. Now, notice any of the weeks your ending cash balance dips too low or becomes negative, you need to pay attention to that. That is a cash crunch which you now know in advance. You could plan ahead by speeding up collections, delaying non critical payments, and using credit lines strategically. So, this is how this powerful cash flow forecast tool can become an early warning signal to help you plan ahead. This is one of the biggest myths and a mistake. I have heard people say that we are profitable, so we don't need weekly cash flow forecast. That is a trap because profit is not equal to cash. You can have strong revenues, great margins, and still run into a cash crunch if your customers delay payments or your expenses spike. Overall, the weekly cash flow forecasts give you early warning signals. You catch the dip in liquidity before they hurt operations. You don't wait for your accountant to say that we are out of cash. You already know that what is coming ahead. And even in good times, cash flow forecasting can help in many ways. You can negotiate early payment discount with suppliers. You can cut unnecessary borrowing and reduce your interest cost. You can decide when to invest in new hires, marketing, or inventory with more confidence. It also creates a culture of discipline because cash forces you to stay grounded. Accounting standards like US GAAP and IFRS can mask the reality, but cash tells you the truth. Healthy businesses that forecast weekly cash flow become stronger, leaner, and more resilient. So there you have it, weekly cash flow forecast broken down step by step. It is not just for struggling businesses, it is for smart ones that want to stay in control, plan ahead, and want to avoid nasty surprises. Most forecasts start with a very simple assumption. Let's grow our revenues by 10% next year. That sounds easy, right? But here is a problem. Where is that 10% coming from? Is it more customers, higher prices, better conversion rates? Without knowing what is exactly driving your numbers, you are just guessing. And when reality changes, your forecast will break. That is exactly where the driver based forecasting comes in. It connects your financial outcomes to real business drivers. So instead of guessing, you can model exactly how inputs like marketing, headcount, or customer churn affect your final result. It is dynamic, it is actionable, and this is how modern FP&A teams stay ahead. Interviewers often test your understanding of the driver based forecasting in different ways. Here are some of the common ways it might show up in the FP&A interview. Can you explain what driver based forecasting is and how it is used in FP&A? How do you identify and incorporate business drivers into your forecasting models? Give me an example of a driver based forecast you have built. What were the key inputs? How is driver based forecasting different from the traditional budgeting? In your view, what are the advantages and limitations of using driver based forecasting? Can you walk me through how you had built a driver based forecast for a subscription related business? How would you explain driver based forecasting to a non finance stakeholder? Whichever way the question comes up, the core idea remains the same. So let's break down exactly what driver based forecasting is and how it works in practice. Driver based forecasting is about linking your financial projections to real activities that drive business performance. So instead of saying, let us increase the revenue by 10%, you break it down into what is actually causing that revenue to grow. For example, is it number of customers? Is it average order value? Or is it the purchase frequency? This approach makes forecasting more dynamic, transparent, and responsive. You are no longer relying on blanket assumptions. In fact, you are stimulating real world behavior. So, why do many finance teams like driver based forecasting? Because it goes beyond just making better predictions. It actually improves how you run the business. And here are some key benefits of driver based forecasting. First is that it results in a more realistic forecast. When your numbers are tied to real world business activities, your projections aren't just guesses. They are grounded in how the business actually works. Number two is faster scenario planning. If you want to know what happens if your churn rate spikes or if your marketing increases by 20%, you can just adjust that driver and the model updates instantly. Number three is better business alignment. Now, since your drivers come from across departments like sales, marketing, and HR, this forces finance to collaborate and build a shared understanding of how these targets are set. Number four is it sets clear accountability. When forecasts are based on clear drivers, it is easier to assign ownership. For example, the sales team can own the volumes, marketing team can own the lead generation, and finance can own tracking the results. And finally, number five is that it is easier to reforecast. If something changes mid-year, you don't have to build the whole forecast again. You can just update the drivers and let the model adjust accordingly. The next question I usually get on this is how to identify the key drivers. We do this by asking the question, what actually moves the needle in this business? The goal here is to identify a handful key levers that have the biggest impact on the revenues, costs, and the cash flow of the business. First, let's take a look at some of the revenue driver examples. For a SaaS based business, it could be active users, churn rate, and new sign up. For a retail store, it could be the store footfall, average transaction value, and the conversion rate. For a services based business, it could be the billable hours and the utilization rate. Next, let's take a look at some of the examples of cost drivers. Headcount and salary assumptions, raw material consumption, marketing spend or ad impressions, logistics volume or production units. All of these are examples of cost drivers. You can also validate the drivers by checking three things: historical correlation, business logic, and simplicity. Let's take a look at this one by one. Historical correlation, meaning has this input been tracked consistently with performance in the past? Second, business logic. Does the operations team agree that this input is meaningful? And finally, simplicity. Can this driver be monitored and updated on a regular basis? You want relevance over quantity. You don't want to overcomplicate the model with 20 different drivers. Ideally, you should focus on 3 to 5 key drivers that really move the business. Once you've identified your key drivers, it is now time to bring them into your forecasting model. Here is how to build a driver based forecast step by step. In step number one, you set up your model structure. This is when you start with a simple Excel file or a template and you define your time periods. This could be months or weeks or quarters. And then you set up the sections for revenue, COGS, OPEX, CAPEX, and the cash flows. In step number two, you build a driver's input assumptions sheet. This is where you input your key assumptions like, for example, number of customers, conversion rate, turn percentage, or cost per lead. Each of these drivers should be easy to update and must be clearly linked to the business output. In step number three, you create formulas based on the drivers. Here is where the magic happens. I'll give you some examples. For example, your revenues is equal to number of customers into average revenue per user. Another example, salaries is equal to headcount multiplied by average salary per head. And for cost of goods sold, it could be number of units into cost per unit. The key here is that every forecast line should be tied to a business logic and not just a flat percentage growth. Step number four is to connect this to your financial output. Use your driver based assumptions to automatically feed into your income statement, balance sheet, and the cash flow statement. This creates a dynamic dynamic forecast that updates as soon as the driver changes. And finally, in step number 5, you can test different scenarios. If you want to see what happens if the churn rate increases or the marketing spend drops, you can tweak the drivers in the assumption sheet and watch the model adjust in real time. This is where you truly unlock the power of driver based forecasting in it. And the best part is, once you set this up, the forecasting is very easy. You no longer have to start from scratch. You just need to adjust the drivers in the assumption sheet. Although driver based forecasting is a powerful tool, but it is not foolproof. Here are 5 common pitfalls you need to watch out for while using driver based forecasting. The first is that you could end up using too many drivers. The more number of drivers you add, the harder it becomes to manage and maintain focus on a few drivers that are truly important. Second mistake is choosing the wrong drivers. Remember that not all metrics are useful. Just because you can measure something doesn't mean that it could drive performance. So pick inputs that directly influence the financial outcomes. The third mistake to avoid is overcomplicating the forecast model. Keep the forecast model simple. If your team needs a manual to update the forecast, it's too complicated. The fourth mistake is that it could lack business alignment. So if your drivers don't reflect the true basis of how business actually operates, the model will quickly lose its credibility. So always build your forecast model in collaboration with sales, marketing, and the operations team. And finally, the last pitfall to avoid is the set and forget mindset. Driver based forecasting isn't a one time setup. You have got to update the assumptions regularly to keep it relevant. Avoiding these 5 mistakes can help you build a forecast model that is not only accurate but also useful. Finally, to wrap it up, driver based forecasting is one of the most practical strategic tools in FP&A. It shifts the focus from forecasting static guesses to dynamic insights that actually reflect how your business is run. You gain flexibility, accuracy, and the ability to model what if scenarios in real time. So whether you're preparing for an FP&A interview or looking to level up your forecasting game, understanding driver based forecasting is a must. In FP&A, it is not enough to know what happened in the last quarter. You need to know what is about to happen, because one of your job is to plan and forecast for it. But the world is changing fast. Inflation, artificial intelligence, regulation, market shifts. If you're not tracking these trends, your forecasts could be outdated even before it is finalized. That is why in this video, I will walk you through how I stay updated on top of the industry trends, and more importantly, how I connect them to the financial planning in a way that actually helps drive better business decisions. Even if this question isn't asked directly, interviewers are looking for signs that you think beyond internal data. So let's explore why staying on top of the industry trends is such a critical skill in FP&A. And here are different ways how this question can show up in FP&A interviews. How do you keep yourself informed about industry developments that could impact your financial models? Tell me how external trends influence your forecasting process. What sources do you rely on to stay current with market and economic changes? Can you give me an example of a time a macroeconomic trend affected your planning assumptions? How do you integrate industry insights into your budgeting and forecasting work? What role does external benchmarking or market data play in your FP&A analysis? And finally, how do you filter signal from noise when it comes to financial trends and news? It doesn't matter how this question is phrased. The goal of the interviewer is the same. They want to know if you are just building Excel models or if you are thinking strategically. So let's take a look at why staying updated actually matters in the world of FP&A. In FP&A, your job isn't just to report numbers. It is to help the business make smarter decisions. And to do that well, you need context. Let's say your revenue forecast looks solid, but the industry you are working in is entering a downturn and a major competitor has just slashed prices. If you are not aware about these developments, your numbers in the forecast could be way off. Or let us take this scenario that your cost projections in your forecast are stable, but the inflation is constantly rising and the new government regulations are coming that could increase the compliance cost. That is why staying updated about these trends is super critical. Because your financial models don't live in a vacuum. They are always influenced by market trends, economic shifts, tech disruptions, and competitor moves. The best FP&A professionals are part finance and part strategists. They spot trends early and adjust their assumptions in the forecast before they become problems. In short, staying informed isn't an option, it is a competitive edge. Next, let's talk about where to actually get those insights from without spending hours lost in information overload. Here are some of my go to sources. First, finance and business publications like the Wall Street Journal, Financial Times, Harvard Business Review, The Economist. These give you the big picture macroeconomic and the global trends. Next is the consulting and research firms. Firms like McKinsey, BCG, Deloitte, PwC often publish excellent white papers, trends report, and benchmarking studies. Next on my list is LinkedIn thought leaders. I follow a lot of CFOs, FP&A experts, and strategists who regularly post insights, frameworks, and case studies that are very useful and relevant. Podcasts and newsletters are another go to source for understanding latest trends about finance. Podcasts like the CFO Weekly, FP&A Today, or newsletters like the Morning Brew and the Daily Upside, these are great for digesting updates on the go. Another important one is the industry specific sources. For example, if you are in a SaaS industry, you could follow the TechCrunch and the SaaStr. For retail, check the Retail Drive. Every industry has a couple of great niche resources which is worth bookmarking. And finally, you have these official data sources. For example, the US Fed updates, CPI reports, budget speeches, and government releases that can be goldmine for macroeconomic context. The key here is to build your own mix of sources, some high level and some specific to your sector. Now, staying informed is great, but the real value comes when you can take a trend and turn it into a financial insight. And here is how you can do that. The first way is to translate trends into assumptions. Let us say that interest rates are expected to rise. Now, think about how does that affect your debt servicing costs, or maybe a new AI tool is being widely adopted. Think about could that reduce your headcount or shift your IT budget? As a next step, you could test your forecast. You could use these trends to build best case and worst case scenarios. Say for example, what happens if inflation stays high for the next 2 quarters, or how would a regulatory change impact our margins? Also, you could partner with your business teams. Share these insights with your sales, marketing, and operation team. You might be actually the first one to highlight a trend that affects their plans. The next is bringing trends into your planning and budgeting deck. Don't just present numbers. Add a slide on key external assumptions and show how these trends are factored in your forecast. And finally, when management is making a strategic decision like whether to expand, hire, or invest, you bring valuable context to the table by showing how the external trends could impact those moves. So it's not just being about a trend spotter, it's about making sure that your numbers reflect reality as it evolves. Now, some of you may feel that this is a lot of work and it might be quite overwhelming. Let me tell you, it all comes down to building a system. There's a few smart tools and some consistent habits. Here are some of the tools I recommend. The first is Google Alerts. You can set alerts for industry terms, competitor names, or economic indicators. The next is Flipboard. You can aggregate news and blogs from your favorite sources into one dashboard. And finally, Notion or Evernote can help you clip articles, jot down insights, and organize them by themes or categories. Along with the tools and tech, you also need some good daily habits. What I would recommend is to block 10 to 15 minutes every day to scan through key headlines. Also, you could follow 5 to 10 key thought leaders on LinkedIn or Twitter and passively learn through your feed. Also, once in a week, you could reflect by asking this question: did anything I read or learn this week could change how we are thinking about our company's forecast assumptions? Finally, let me give you some real world examples of how industry trends can translate into real changes in budgeting and forecasting. When oil prices surged, we immediately had to adjust our fuel cost assumptions. This impacted our shipping margins and made us rethink our pricing strategy and route planning. Next, as generative AI took off, the company shifted its hiring plan. Instead of expanding the team, we allocated more budget to tech tools, automation, and vendor partnerships. Our headcount forecast changed overnight. Let me take another example of a retail store. Macroeconomic signals pointed out that there is going to be reduced consumer spending in the next year. The retail store used that insight to build a conservative revenue scenario and delay a planned store expansion. This saved millions of dollars in potential overspend. Another example, a new tax rule changed how we accounted for deferred tax assets. That one change ripple effects across forecasted net income, requiring immediate updates to our financial model and board reporting. These examples show how being trend aware isn't just nice. It can lead to faster decisions, smarter plans, and avoid risk. To wrap it up, staying on top of industry trends isn't just about being informed. It is about being a more strategic FP&A business partner. And when you connect external signals to your budgets and forecasts, you create plans that are agile, relevant, and future ready. So here is your next step. Set up your new system and track 2 to 3 key trends that impact your business, and start baking those insights into your planning and forecasting process. On a quick side note, at FP&A Professionals Institute, our mission is to help 1 million professionals master finance and FP&A skills. So if you're serious about FP&A, do check out our certified global FP&A professional program, the CGFPA certification. Link to download the brochure are given in the description below. Also, you can visit our website www.fpnaprofessionals.com or scan the QR code here for a bunch of free resources, including books, courses, and cheat sheets. If you're preparing for a finance or an FP&A interview, you want to show that you just don't focus on the numbers, but also you understand the story behind them. And this is one of the most common FP&A interview questions. Walk me through the income statement or P&L of your organization. Now, this might not always be asked in the same way in the interviews. Here are some different variations of the same questions that interviewer might ask you. Can you walk me through your company's income statement or P&L? How does your company make money and what are the key cost drivers? Explain the income statement to someone who doesn't work in finance. Tell me about the revenues and cost structure of your current business. If someone looked at your P&L today, what would they learn about the business? What are the key main components of your P&L and how do they move? How has your company profitability changed over the last few years? Give me a high level overview of your company's income statement or P&L. One thing you to remember that they are not just testing your memory of the P&L or the income statement. What they really want to see is, do you understand how your company actually makes money? Can you connect the numbers to real business activities? And can you explain finance clearly and confidently like someone who works with the leadership roles? So now that you know why interviewers ask this question, let us break down the income statement step by step. The explanation must follow a clear structure that reflects how a real business operates. It generally starts with the revenues, how the company earns money. Is it sale of products, services, subscriptions, etc.? This is followed by the cost of goods sold. These are the direct costs tied to producing or delivering those goods and services. This is followed by gross profit, which is revenue minus cost of goods sold. This tells us how profitable the core offering is before the other overhead. Next comes the operating expenses. This includes the selling, general, and administrative expenses like marketing, sales, and office costs. This is followed by earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization, which is a clean view of the operating performance. Next is the depreciation and amortization, which are non-cash charges reflecting the wear and tear of the value reduction of business assets. This is followed by operating profit or EBIT, which is the core profit from operations after accounting for depreciation and amortization. After the EBIT, we have interest expenses, which is the cost of borrowings of interest paid on loans or debt instruments. This brings us to the pre-tax income, also known as EBT. These are profits before taxes, which is EBIT minus the interest. After that, we have the income tax, which is the tax charged on the EBIT. And finally, we arrive at the net income, which is the final profit after all expenses. And this is what the shareholders ultimately care about. Now that you've understood the structure of the income statement, let us look at some examples. And here is how you might answer this question if you work for a SaaS company. As a SaaS company, we make money primarily through annual and monthly SaaS subscriptions. Our main cost is our sales and support teams, which is cost of sales, which includes onboarding and customer success. We also spend heavily on our cloud infrastructure and R&D. This gives us a gross margin of around 70%. Our biggest operating expenses is sales and marketing, followed by we have been maintaining a positive EBITDA margin of around 20 to 25% in the last few years. Over the last years, we have seen better margins as we have improved retention and scaled up without adding too much headcount. So that was a tech driven business. Let's look at a completely different business model. Here is how you might answer this if you are working for a FMCG company. We are an FMCG company and our revenues come from selling consumer products across retail and modern trade channels. Sales are volume driven and we launch seasonal SKUs to boost our top line in key months. Our cost of goods sold include raw materials, packaging, and logistics. We operate on very thin gross margins, around 30 to 35%. So managing supply chain costs is very critical. Marketing and trade promotions are our biggest operating expenses. This is followed by warehousing and distribution. We aim to keep our EBITDA margins around 10 to 15%. And recently we have seen pressure rising from input costs, but a price increase and a better channel mix have helped us protect our profitability. And if you are in a financial services industry, your income statement will look very different. Let us take a look at how you might answer this for a banking or a lending business. We are a mid-sized bank focused on retail and SME lending. Our primary revenue streams are interest income from loans and the fee-based income services like credit cards and account maintenance. Our cost of funds, which is what we pay our customer for deposits, is our biggest direct cost. Net interest margin or NIM is our key profitability metric. Operating expenses include branch operations, compliance, and tech investments. We have maintained a stable margin by improving our digital offerings and reducing our NPAs. Despite some interest rate fluctuations, we have managed to remain profitable with better risk management. If you're wondering where you can find the listed companies' P&L and income statement information, you just need to head to their investor relations page. You can type the company name plus investor relations on Google search. There you will find annual reports and earning presentations which would have the detailed income statement. If you're getting ready for a finance or FP&A interview, one question you are almost guaranteed to get is, can you walk me through your company's balance sheet? And this is your chance to show that you are not just reporting numbers. What they really want is somebody who can explain what those numbers actually mean for the business careers. Now, this question might not always come in the interview in the exact same words. So, let me show you a few different ways the interviewers might ask this question. Can you explain your company's balance sheet structure? Tell me about your company's assets and liabilities. What does your balance sheet say about your company's financial health? How do working capital and leverage impact your business model? What are the most important balance sheet metrics you track and why? So, why do interviewers ask this question? They're not just looking for textbook answers. They want to see how well you understand your company's financials. They're not testing your memory. They're testing, can you connect the numbers to real business activities? Do you understand how your company manages its resources and obligations? And are you fluent in concepts like liquidity, leverage, capital allocation? And most importantly, can you connect them to real business decisions? And to show them that you understand the balance sheet, you need to walk them through the entire balance sheet in a clear, structured way, just like how a real business thinks about its obligations and resources. So let's break down the balance sheet step by step using a simple example. So first, let's talk about the asset side of the balance sheet, which is what the company actually owns. On the asset side, you have the current assets and the non-current assets. Current assets are assets that are expected to be converted to cash within one financial year. Cash is the most fluid liquid asset. Accounts receivable is the money we are yet to collect from our customers. Inventory are the products that we have made or bought to sell in the future. And prepaid expenses, these are things like rent or insurance we have already paid for. Then you have your non-current assets. Non-current assets are your long-term resources used in the business like plant, property, and equipment, which could be machinery, buildings, or other physical assets. Then you have the other non-current assets, which could be things like patents, long-term investments, or goodwill. Next, let's move to the liabilities and equity side of the company. This is how the companies are funding those assets versus equity. This is what the owners have invested or retained as equity or retained earnings and reserves, which shows how much of the business is funded by internal sources. Let's move to the liabilities. This is what the company owes others, which could be debt, which are long-term loans, or it could be bonds. It could be current liabilities like bills, payables, or other obligations which are due within the next financial year. Other liabilities could include things like deferred tax liabilities or lease obligations. So now that we've understood the balance sheet format and its different components, now let's look at some industry specific examples of how you could add more color to this answer. Here is how you might explain the balance sheet if you're working at a SaaS company. We are a SaaS company, so our balance sheet reflects a low asset, high margin model. Our major current assets are cash and receivables from annual contracts. On the liability side, we carry deferred revenue as our customers prepay us for our software licenses. We don't rely much on debt, and most of our growth is funded through equity, especially for research and development. So that's what a balance sheet might look like in a tech or a subscription based business. Now let's see how it plays out in a more inventory heavy setup like a FMCG industry. As a FMCG company, inventory and receivables make up a large part of our current assets. On the liability side, we manage a high volume of payables to suppliers and distributors. Working capital efficiency is critical for us, and we aim to shorten our receivables and stretch payables without hurting vendor relationships. We also carry long term loans for capacity expansion and machinery. Consumer goods companies focus heavily on inventory and working capital. But if you are in financial services like a bank, the balance sheet looks completely different. Let's take a look. As a bank, our balance sheet is asset heavy, with most assets being the loans disbursed. Our liabilities mainly include the customer deposits and borrowings from other banks. The capital adequacy and provisioning are our key financial metrics. Equity strength ensures that we meet our regulatory ratios and withstand the credit risk cycles. So, now that you've seen how balance sheets look across different industries, you might be wondering where can you find some more examples that you can practice with. So here is a quick tip. What you have to do is you have to go to Google search and the keyword, the company name along with investor relations. This will get you to the investor relations section of the company's website. You can download the latest financial statements or the earnings reports and move to the financial statement sections where you will find the detailed balance sheet along with the notes that explain each item. In this video, we are going to look at an important finance and FP&A interview question. Most candidates freeze or they just summarize the cash in and cash out. But if you can explain the why behind each cash flow movement, you will stand out as someone who really understands the business. Now, this question, walk me through the cash flow statement of your company, may not always be asked in those exact words. So, let us look at the few different ways interviewers might frame this question so that you are prepared for every scenario. How does your company generate and use cash? Tell me about the key moments in your company's cash flow. What are the insights you can get from your company's cash flow statement? Which cash flow section do you focus most in your finance and FP&A role? No matter how they ask it, the goal is the same. They want to know whether that you truly understand what's behind the cash numbers. So let us break down what the interviewers are really looking for when they ask this question. Now, before we get into the answer, let us understand why does the interviewer ask this question. They're not testing if you can read the cash flow statement. What they want to know is if you can connect the cash to the business strategy. Can you explain how operational decisions impact cash? How capex or debt affects the free cash flow, and what is really driving liquidity? So how do you show them that you understand the cash flow? So you walk through the cash flow statement in a clear and a structured way, just like how a business thinks about cash. Let us break it down section by section for the interviewer. So here is how you could answer this in an interview in a very clear and structured manner. The cash flow statement consists of three different sections: the operating cash flow, the investing cash flow, and the financing cash flow. Let's start with the operating cash flow. The operating cash flow starts with the net income, which is adjusted for non-cash items like depreciation and amortization. You also add or subtract changes in working capital, which could be for receivables, payables, or inventory. The operating cash flow shows that if the core business is actually generating cash. Next comes the investing cash flows. This is cash spent or earned from long term assets. This could be capex, which is buying property or equipment, or acquiring businesses or investments. A negative cash flow for investment isn't always bad. It often means that the company is investing for growth. Lastly, we come to the financing cash flows. These are cash flows from external sources like issuing debt or equity. This also includes repayments, dividends, or share buybacks. This section tells us how the company funds its operations or returns value to its shareholders. Now that we have understood how the cash flow statement looks like, let us talk about another important concept which could be asked in the interviews. This is free cash flows. So, free cash flows is the cash that is truly available after the business reinvests in itself. A company might be generating a lot of cash flow from operations, but if they are spending all of it or most of it on capital expenditure, then there is very little left for other priorities like debt repayment, dividends, or strategic investment. That is why free cash flow, which is the operating cash flow minus the capex, is a very powerful indicator. And people who ignore capex could be overestimating the company's financial health. For example, a company spending aggressively on factories or tech infrastructure may show weak free cash flows, but that's not always bad if it is tied to long term growth. For example, Amazon often had negative free cash flow early on because kept reinvesting, and yet it was a strategic choice. But if capex is always very high and operating cash flows are weak, that is a red flag. So, what is the insight here? Free cash flow tells you what's left in the tank after the business refuels itself. It is the number that powers debt reduction, share buybacks, and reinvestment decisions. And it is one of the first metrics that smart investors and FP&A teams look at. Mastering free cash flows makes you sound like someone who really thinks like a CFO. Now, let me share one of my personal experience. While I was going for one of the interviews, the manager handed me over a set of financial statements and asked to analyze the cash flows. When I started looking at these statements, everything looked okay on the P&L. The company was profitable and the revenue was growing year over year. But when I came to the cash flow statement, it told a very different story. So here are few red flags or warning signs you should look for while you are analyzing cash flow statements. Red flag number one: positive net income and negative operating cash flow. This could mean that the company is recognizing revenue that hasn't turned into actual cash, often due to rising receivables. This is a sign that profitability isn't translating into liquidity. Red flag number two: consistently negative free cash flows without any growth. If a company is burning cash quarter after quarter, but you don't see any evidence of expansion like new markets, products, or capacity, this could be a business model issue. Red flag number three: large financing inflows with weak operating cash flows. If the only thing that is keeping the company afloat is raising money from the investors or debt, and the operating cash flows are negative, that is very risky. It shows dependency, not sustainability. And red flag number four: inventory buildup but no sales growth. If the cash is being tied up in the inventory but revenue isn't keeping pace, it points to poor forecasting or operational inefficiency. Spotting these red flags doesn't just make you interview ready, it also makes you someone who understands the story behind the numbers. You're not just telling cash is going up or cash is going down, but you're explaining why and whether that movement is healthy, risky, or strategic. That's what separates good analysts from future FP&A leaders. A lot of people treat the cash flow statements as just a compliance document, something for accountants to prepare at the month end. But in FP&A, cash is a strategic analysis that you need to track more than just the closing balance. So the next question is, what do FP&A teams really care about in cash flows? They track the cash conversion cycle, how quickly the cash moves from paying suppliers to collection from customers. We also watch for operating cash flow trends. Is it consistent, improving, or volatile? We also track the cash runway. How long can the company survive with current burn rates? And finally, we monitor free cash flow margins and debt repayment capacity, especially in capital incentive or leverage businesses. If you are not tracking these, then you are missing out on the full picture and potentially making decisions in the dark. The best FP&A professionals don't just report cash flow. They analyze it, explain it, and use it to guide decisions. That's how you move from being a number cruncher to a true business partner. Now that you know how to read and analyze the cash flow statement, you might be wondering, how can I find cash flow statements so that I can practice with real life examples? So let me show you a quick way how to find them. For example, if you're interviewing with Unilever, you can just Google Unilever investor relations and that will take you to their latest annual report. The cash flow statements is usually a part of the consolidated financial statements in the annual report. So that's it. We walked through the cash flow statement and understood how you can turn a basic interview answer into a one that shows strategic thinking. What are the top three drivers or KPIs in your industry? Sounds simple, right? This is exactly why it is dangerous. Most candidates give textbook answers, but interviewers are testing if you really understand how businesses win or lose. If you want to stand out as a strategic thinker and not just as an ordinary finance professional, this is your moment to shine. The interviewers won't always ask that question in that manner. So, here are some other common variations to watch out for. What metrics do you track to measure success in your industry? What are the key value drivers for a company in this sector? If you had to pick three KPIs to monitor your business health, what would they be? How do you evaluate performance in your industry? What are the external or internal factors that impact profitability in your industry? What are the main levers management focuses on in this business? Which KPIs would you present to leadership in a monthly review? How do you know if a company in this industry is performing well? The core idea is always the same. They want to know if you understand what really drives the business performance. No matter how they phrase it, always remember this isn't a numbers game, it is a business game. Let's see why this question separates the good from the great. Now, why do interviewers ask this question? Interviewers love this question because it reveals two things. One, do you understand the business? And two, can you prioritize what really matters? Anyone can say revenue, cost, but that's not what they are looking for. They want to see if you understand the unique levers that drive performance in your industry and your organization. Let's understand the three ways most candidates get this wrong. First, they are too generic, saying things like expenses, sales, profits. Second, irrelevant KPIs, picking metrics that don't move the needle. And third, using no business context, failing to explain why these KPI matter to the business. You have to remember this, that isn't an accounting question. It is about showing that you think like a strategist. So here is how to nail this question every time. Let's use a three-step framework. First, think in terms of value drivers. Ask yourselves what drives revenue, costs, or growth in this industry. Every industry has some unique levers. Second, connect KPIs to business outcomes. Don't just name KPIs, explain why they matter. Let's take an example. Customer churn rate is critical in SaaS because retaining customers directly impacts profitability without increasing acquisition costs. Third and finally, show industry awareness. You get bonus points if you mention trends, challenges, or benchmarks. This shows that you're not just thinking internally but also understand the market dynamics. Next, let's take a look at some examples of KPIs across different industries. For the SaaS industries, the three most important KPIs could be customer acquisition cost, customer lifetime value, and the churn rate. Why? Because growth of the company depends on acquiring customers efficiently and then keeping them subscribed. Let's take a look at the retail industry next. For a retail industry, the three most important KPIs could be the same store sales growth, inventory turnover, and gross margin percentage. All these indicate how well stores are performing, how efficiently stock is managed, and how profitable each store is. For a manufacturing company, it could be capacity utilization rate, cost per unit, and the order lead time. Because efficiency, cost control, and the timely delivery drives competitiveness in manufacturing setups. For a bank, it is completely different. They track KPIs like net interest margin, loan to deposit ratio, and non performing assets. All these reflect profitability, liquidity, and credit risk management of a bank. For a e-commerce company, KPIs could be conversion rate, average order value, and the cart abandonment rate. The key for e-commerce is to optimize customer purchases and boosting revenues. So the next question I usually get is how to prepare your answers for this question. So you have to research your industry's top drivers by looking at investor reports, analyst presentations, or different industry benchmarks. Pick three KPIs that genuinely impact performance. Practice explaining them with clear business logic. A lot of people ask me, what should I do if I have never worked in this industry? So, if you're switching industries, you can say something on the lines, while I have never worked directly in the space, but based on my research, these are the key drivers. What this shows that you are proactive and you think like a business partner. Actuals versus forecast. When the numbers don't tie up, most finance and FP&A professionals simply report the variance. But this is your opportunity to stand out as true finance business partners. Someone who explains the why and also helps the business drive forward. Now, most interviewers won't always ask that what would you do if the actuals deviate from the forecast directly. They might test you if you truly understand how to manage the variances under different scenarios. So here are some other ways in which how interviewers might ask the same question. How do you handle situations where actuals don't match with the forecast? What steps would you take if there is a significant variance in your actuals versus forecast? Tell me about a time when your forecast was off and what did you do about it? How do you approach explaining the forecast deviations to the senior leadership? If your numbers are way off from the actuals, how would you respond? What's your process for investigating large variances? And finally, how do you ensure forecast accuracy and manage deviations? So, no matter how they ask this question, what they are looking for is one thing. Can you stay proactive, analyze the root cause, and then finally guide the business with actionable insights? So, why do we ask this question in the interviews? It is not just about the numbers being off. What we really want to see is if you can think beyond the data, can you handle uncertainties and find the why behind the variance, and finally support decision making when things don't go as per plan. Now that you understand what they are really testing for, let us break down exactly how to answer this question with confidence using a simple three-step approach that shows that you are not just tracking performance but you are driving it. So here is a three-step approach: RCA, action, and communicate. Let's talk about the first step, which is RCA, root cause analysis. You start by identifying why the deviation happened. Then you look at the drivers. Was it volume, pricing, timing, external factors, or internal factors? The goal here is to separate the one off from the trends. Second step is action plan. Once you know the root cause, focus on the solutions. Do you need to adjust the forecast or implement cost controls or work with the business to close the gap so that you are proactive and not reactive? And finally, the third step is you communicate that clearly. Communicate insights to stakeholders. Don't just present the variance, explain the story behind them and what steps are being taken to mitigate them. Remember, the leadership values clarity and not surprises. Next, let us talk about the five common mistakes where most candidates slip up. And knowing these will help you avoid falling into the same trap. First is just reporting the variance without digging into the why. Second, blaming external factors and ignoring internal accountability. Third, missing the action part, identifying the issue but not suggesting solutions. Fourth, poor communication, overwhelming the stakeholders with data instead of clear insights. And finally, fifth, treat every deviation as a crisis instead of distinguishing between normal fluctuations and red flags. So, if you can avoid these pitfalls and follow the three-step approach, you are already ahead of most candidates. Now, before we wrap up, it is important to remember sometimes deviations aren't just about poor handling of actuals. We could start with as far as how the forecast was built in first place. So, let us quickly look at these five common reasons why forecasts go wrong so you could avoid these issues upfront. First is over optimistic assumptions. It is very easy to get caught up in aggressive growth targets or just assume ideal market conditions. But forecasts that are built on hope rather than realistic data often lead to big gaps when actual numbers come in. So always challenge assumptions. Are they backed by historical trends and current realities? Second, lack of real time data. If your forecast data is outdated, your forecast output is already wrong. Many companies rely on static reports, delayed inputs, which means that they are reacting too late. So, implementing real time dashboards and frequent updates can reduce surprises. Third on the list is poor collaboration with business teams. Forecasting isn't just a finance activity. If sales, operations, or marketing teams aren't aligned or sharing updates, critical informations get missed, like upcoming delays, client churn, or supply chain issues. So, regular cross functional communication is the key. Number four is external shock. Some deviations are out of your control. Think of sudden regulatory changes, economic downturns, or global events. While you can't predict every shock, having scenarios in place helps you respond faster when they happen. Finally, number five is ignoring leading indicators. Many finance teams focus too much on lagging indicators like past sales or expenses. Spotting early warning signs like declining customer inquiries or rising raw material costs can help adjust forecasts before these deviations become too large. Understanding these causes helps you not only react better but also build more resilient forecasts. And that brings us to the key point. Leaders don't expect perfection, but they do expect you to stay ahead of surprises. That is where our pro tip comes in. You will never eliminate all variances, and that is okay. The real skill of FP&A is knowing how to separate the noise from the real issues. So always focus on these two things. Number one, is this variance material enough to impact decision making? And second, is it driven by controllable or uncontrollable factors? When you frame deviations in this way, you show the leadership that you are not just reacting to every fluctuation, but you are guiding them on where to focus on attention and how to steer the business forward. Now, to see how this works in practice, let us walk through a quick example of handling a significant forecast deviation using the three-step approach we discussed. This will show you how you can exactly turn a variance into an opportunity to add value. Let us say you forecasted projected sales of $1 million, but actual numbers came in at 800,000. Using this three-step approach, which is root cause, action plan, and communicate, here is the approach. First, in the root cause, you investigate and find out the shortfall. Why was it delayed? Let's say you figure out it was due to the marketing campaign. In the action plan, you work with the marketing team to reschedule the efforts and adjust the next quarter's forecast, which is the action plan. And finally, in the last step, you communicate this to the leadership and share the reasons and how you are mitigating the impact, which is communication. So, handling forecast variances isn't just about explaining numbers, it is about proving that you are a strategic partner. If you're heading into an FP&A or finance interview, there is a good chance that you may come across this concept somewhere, which is articulating the difference between depreciation and amortization. Now, most candidates know this answer, but they are not able to explain it properly in an interview conversation. And this could be your chance to show that you understand how businesses really manage assets and profit. Now, this may not be asked in a very straightforward way in the interview. So, here are different ways in which interviewers can ask you this question. Can you explain the difference between depreciation and amortization? When should you use depreciation versus amortization? How do companies decide between depreciating or amortizing an asset? But why do the interviewers love this question so much? It is not because they want to listen to a dictionary definition. What they are checking here are two things. First, do you understand how companies manage tangible and intangible assets? And second, most importantly, do you know that how these non-cash expenses impact profitability, cash flow, and forecasting? It's a simple concept that shows that if you are thinking like a FP&A professional beyond accounting. So, what is the main difference between depreciation and amortization? Both spread the cost of an asset over time, but depreciation is for things that you can touch, like machines, buildings, or vehicles, while amortization is for things you can't touch, like patents, trademarks, or software licenses. Here is the key difference. Depreciation is for tangible assets and amortization is for intangible assets. Also, with depreciation, you
A
might
lot of
want to
people often
consider a
ask me
residual
why
value,
should
which is
FP&A
basically nothing
professionals
but
worry
what you
about
can
this.
sell
Let's take
that
an example.
machine
If you're
for after five
forecasting
years.
cash
While
flows, you
for
need to add
amortization,
back depreciation and
intangibles
amortization.
usually
If
have
you're
no
analyzing
residual value. Once
profitability,
a
you
patent
need to know
expires, it's
how
done.
these
And while
expenses impact
depreciation can
net
use
income over
methods
time.
like
And
straight line
here
or
is the key
reducing
insight.
balance,
A manufacturing
amortization is
company will have
almost
heavy
always straight
depreciation
line.
from
So it
machinery,
is the
while a
same concept,
technology
spreading
company or a
costs, but
pharmaceutical
applied to
company might
different types
show
of
more.
assets. So let's take an
Amortization due to
example. If a
patents or
company
softwares.
buys a
Understanding this
delivery
helps you
truck
tailor
for
your forecast and
$50,000,
explain
it will
variances clearly
depreciate
to
that
the senior
over, say,
management.
5
Here
years.
is how
But
you can
if
stand
the
out.
same
If you're
company
asked
buys a
what is the difference
patent for
depreciation and
$50,000, it will
amortization,
now
you should
amortize
start
that
with
over
both
the
are
patent's useful
methods to
life. Maybe
allocate
let's
the
say it is
cost of
10 years.
assets
Both
over
reduce
their
profits
useful life.
on
But
paper
then
each
clearly
year,
say
and
no
depreciation
cash is
applies
actually
to
going
tangible
out
assets like
after the
machineries
purchase.
or
Next,
vehicles,
let's
while
talk about
amortization
three
applies
places
to
where
intangible
many
assets like
candidates make
patents
mistakes.
or
First,
trademarks.
and
Saying
here
that
is the
both
bonus tip
depreciation
that
and
sets you apart.
amortization
As an
are one and the
FP&A
same.
professional,
Sure,
I
both
focus
are
on
non-cash
how these
expenses for the
non-cash
company, but
expenses
forgetting
impact
that one
profitability
is for
metrics,
tangible
EBITDA,
versus
and
other is
cash
for
flow forecasting.
intangible
For
is a
example,
big
while
red flag.
building
Second
projections, I
mistake is
ensure
mixing up
depreciation
examples. Say,
and
for example, you
amortization are
mentioned that
correctly reflected,
amortizing
but
machinery
also
or
adjust them
depreciating a
for cash flow
patent. That
analysis.
drops
This shows
instant
that you know
credibility.
the
Third is
difference and
ignoring
how it
FP&A
matters
relevance.
in
Remember,
real
this
business
isn't just
decisions.
accounting theory. Depreciation and amortization directly impact EBITDA, profitability analysis, and forecast. So you have to remember in FP&A, you're not just tracking these numbers, you are explaining their impact to stakeholders. EBITDA, operating income, and net income. They all sound like the same thing with different names of the profit, right? But if you confuse them in an interview or a business discussion, it is a red flag that you don't understand how companies truly measure performance. Let us make sure that you never mix them up ever again. Now, the interviewers won't always ask this question: what is the difference between EBITDA, operating income, and net income directly? Here are five different ways in which they could ask the same thing. Can you walk me through the different levels of profitability of a company on its income statement? How would you explain EBITDA, operating income, and net income to someone without a finance background? Which profitability metric do you prefer to use while analyzing a company's performance, and why? What's the difference between operational performance metrics like EBITDA and bottom line figures like net income? If you are comparing two companies, when would you use EBITDA versus operating income versus net income in your analysis? These are different questions, but they test the same thing. They're checking if you truly understand how businesses measure success beyond just quoting the numbers. So, why do the interviewers love asking this question? Let us break it down in the next step. It is not about testing your memory of textbook definition. It is about seeing if you understand the story behind the numbers. What the interviewer wants to know is, can you grasp the different layers of profitability from core operations to the final net profit? Can you choose the right metric depending on the context, whether it's valuation, cash flow analysis, or reporting performance? And most importantly, do you think like a finance professional who can explain these metrics to both finance and non-finance stakeholders? Because in FP&A, knowing what to use and when is what sets you apart. Let us simplify this. EBITDA, operating income, and net income are just different layers of profit, each telling a different part of the story. Think of it like peeling an onion. Every layer removes certain costs to show a clearer picture of the business performance. First is operating income or EBIT. You start with the revenue and subtract your cost of goods sold, that gives you the gross profit. Then you subtract operating expenses like salaries, rent, utilities, and admin costs. What you are left with is the operating income, also called the EBIT, earnings before interest and taxes. This shows how profitable the company's core operations are before thinking about how it is financed or taxed. Second is EBITDA, or earnings before interest, tax, depreciations, and amortization. Now, sometimes you want to see how much cash the business generates from operations, ignoring accounting adjustments like depreciation and amortization, which are essentially non-cash expenses. So you take the operating income that you calculated in step 1 and simply add back depreciation and amortization. That gives you the EBITDA, a clearer view of operational cash flow potential. It is very useful when comparing companies or evaluating debt capacity because it strips out the non cash and the financing impact. Third comes the net income. Finally, after operating income, you subtract interest, which is cost of debt, and taxes. Also, you account for any one time gains or losses. What is left is net income, which is also famously known as the bottom line. It tells you total profitability, but remember, it includes many factors outside core business performance like financing decisions and tax strategies. So, remember, EBITDA is cash focused and reflects operational efficiency. Operating income is the true operating profit, and net income is the final profit after all costs, but can be messy due to non operational items. Each has its place. The key is knowing which one tells the right story for the right situation. Here is something that catches many professionals off guard. EBITDA can be easily dressed up to make a company look healthier than it really is. You often hear terms like adjusted EBITDA, which means management has removed certain non recurring costs to present a cleaner number. But here is the catch. Sometimes these adjustments happen every year. So, as an FP&A professional, always dig into what's behind the numbers being adjusted. EBITDA is useful, but it doesn't tell the full story, especially if key expenses are conveniently left out. Let us say that you are comparing two companies in the same industry, Company A and Company B. Company A has strong EBITDA but carries a lot of debt, while Company B has slightly lower EBITDA but is debt free. If you only look at EBITDA, both might seem equally healthy. But once you check operating income and especially net income, you will see Company A heavily pays interest that are eating into its profitability. This is why relying on a single metric like EBITDA can mislead you. A smart FP&A professional always look at the whole picture before making any conclusions. Now you not only know the difference between EBITDA, operating income and net income, also when to use each one to tell the right story. Imagine walking into your next interview confident about your technical skills, and then you stumble upon what seems like a very simple question. How do you define working capital? I'll share the exact framework I have used to coach finance professionals through this common interview question. By the end of this video, you will have the exact ready to use answer that goes beyond the textbook definition and showcases your business acumen. Now, you might think that defining working capital is as simple as the formula current assets minus current liabilities. But interviewers are testing something deeper. Most candidates can recite the basic definition of working capital. But if you stop there, you're missing what they really care about. How do you connect those numbers to real business operations? Let's take an example of a retail store with $500,000 in inventory and $300,000 in accounts payable. Now, on paper, that's $200,000 positive working capital, which is looking very strong. But what if I tell you that half of that inventory isn't selling? Now, suddenly, that healthy number masks a serious liquidity problem. Interviewers want to see if you can spot these operational red flags behind the formulas. Now, working capital isn't just a static number, it is a continuous measure of how efficiently a business runs. A company could show positive working capital while struggling with slow paying customers or obsolete stock. Conversely, negative working capital isn't automatically bad. Companies like Amazon strategically operate with negative working capital because they collect customer payments before paying the suppliers. Their entire business model turns working capital management into a competitive advantage. Now, why do interviewers ask this question? They are looking for candidates who understand key things beyond the working capital formula. First is which current assets are actually liquid. $100,000 in cash is very different from $100,000 in slow moving inventory. Second, how payment terms with suppliers and customers affect the cash flow timing. And third, how does the industry determine what good working capital looks like? For example, retail needs different levels of working capital than a software company. So here is how you could structure your answer. You can start with the basic definition of working capital and then immediately pivot to its interpretation. You could say something on the lines working capital shows us whether a company can cover its short term obligations while funding its growth. The number itself matters very less, and more important is the components of working capital. For example, a high working capital means very little if most of the assets are tied up in unsold inventory. You can then give some examples of how you will analyze working capital. For example, I would look at working capital cycle, how quickly inventory sells, how and when the suppliers get paid, and when the customer settles their invoices. A manufacturer might need 60 days to convert materials to cash, while a grocery store may be able to do that in days. You could also point out certain warning signs. For example, if working capital is shrinking while the sales is growing, that could mean deteriorating collections or excess stock built up. The best candidates will take it one step further. They will show how they can improve working capital. You could mention something on the lines that I will track key metrics like day sales outstanding along with the working capital cycle. And if the receivables are slowing down, maybe we need a stricter payment terms with our customer. What interviewers really want to hear is that you see working capital as the company's operating pulse and not just as an accounting concept. Working capital basically answers three critical questions. Can we pay bills as and when they become due? Are we using our resources efficiently? And does our cash flow support our growth plans? Now, let us see how this plays out in the real world scenario where working capital looked healthy until someone dug deeper into the numbers. Let us meet Bella's Boutique, a successful small retailer that nearly collapsed because of hidden working capital problems. At the first glance, everything looked fine. Their holiday sales were strong and their books was showing $200,000 of positive working capital. But when the winter ended, they faced a crisis that no one in the company saw coming. The trouble started when 80% of that working capital became trapped in unsold winter goods, where financial statements showed plenty of current assets, but most of it was not actually available to pay the bills or buy new inventory. When the FP&A team ran numbers again using the working capital ratio, which is current assets divided by current liabilities, they saw a working capital ratio of 1.8, which falls within the textbook safe range. But when they discovered that their accounts receivable had stretched beyond 60 days and customers were not paying on time, the boutique cash flow was about to dry up in a few days. This shows a critical lesson that positive working capital numbers don't mean much if your assets are not actually liquid when you need them. A company can look healthy on paper while actually being just days away from missing their payroll or vendor payments. The FP&A team made two strategic moves that saved the company's business. First, they renegotiated payment terms with the suppliers, extending account payables deadline to match their slower cash conversion cycle. Second, they implemented dynamic inventory forecasting using sales data to predict exactly how much stock to order instead of relying on guesswork. Within 3 months, these changes freed up $150,000 cash without taking any loans. That was enough to cover 2 months of operating expenses of the company. And this difference came entirely from managing the working capital more effectively, not from increasing sales or cutting costs. This case shows why interviewers ask about working capital in FP&A interviews. They don't want to hear that you memorized working capital formula. They want to see that you can spot positive numbers are misleading, like when inventory isn't selling or customers aren't paying on time. And more importantly, they want to hear how you would fix these problems. Let me repeat that. They want to hear how you would fix these problems. Bella's boutique could have easily avoided the situation by tracking inventory turnover metrics from the very beginning. These numbers show how quickly products move off the shelves, key indicator of whether working capital is actually working. Also should have analyzed their cash conversion cycle, which is the time between paying suppliers and collecting from the customers. The solution wasn't about cutting costs or increasing sales. It was managing the timing of cash flows, making sure money came in before the payments were due. This is the perspective interviewers hope to find. They are not testing whether the candidate can calculate the working capital. They are testing if you can use it to keep a business running smoothly. Retail stores face this challenge constantly. Seasonal businesses need to build cash reserves during peak sales period and carefully manage inventory when the demand drops. The best FP&A professionals don't just report working capital numbers. They help companies navigate these fluctuations without facing crisis. So, how do you spot these risks before they become emergencies? Is the question. The answer lies in understanding the key financial ratios and what they reveal about the company's liquidity. Next, we will look at the working capital ratio in depth, including when the textbook rules don't apply. The working capital range of 1.2 to 2 that you learned during the college days may not be the always right one to follow. Finance textbooks love to preach or give you certain working capital ranges, but real businesses often break these rules for good reasons. The key here is to understand when low ratios signal versus when they reflect smart strategy. Let's take tech companies like Tesla, for example. They frequently operate with ratios below 1 because of how they handle customer deposits. When someone orders a Tesla, they often put down substantial prepayments. This cash comes in even before the car gets built, allowing Tesla to fund operations without dipping into other sources. Their working capital looks weak on paper. It's actually a sign of efficient cash management. Similarly, software companies show an even more extreme case. For example, a SaaS business with a $10 million in annual subscriptions might show negative working capital on their balance sheet. That's because customers pay upfront for yearly contracts while the expenses get recognized on a monthly basis. Those prepaid subscriptions become cash advantage rather than a problem. The working capital doesn't reflect distress, it shows strong customer commitments funding operations in this case. But not every industry would benefit from breaking the ratio textbook rules. For example, companies like those in construction often need higher working capital ratios than the textbook would suggest. Construction companies face long project cycles where they pay for materials and labor months before getting paid by clients. A ratio that looks too high for a retailer might not necessarily be for a contractor managing multiple developments. The real warning sign isn't a low ratio itself, it is when the ratio trends downward without an operational justification. If you see a company's working capital ratio dropping quarter after quarter while their sales are flat, that is a trouble. Maybe receivables are piling up as customers delay payments, or perhaps the inventory isn't moving as quickly as before. The trend tells you more than the working capital number itself. This is why you should never look at working capital in isolation. Pair it with days sales outstanding to see how fast customers pay. Compare it against the inventory turnover to spot stagnation. For example, a tech company might justify a zero point 0.8 ratio with 90-day payment terms to suppliers, but if their DSO jumps from 30 to 60 days without explanation, that's a red flag. The construction industry shows why context matters. A ratio of 2.5 might seem excessive until you realize that they're financing materials for three bridge projects. Meanwhile, the same ratio could signal serious problems for a fast retailer that depends on rapid inventory turnover. This changes how you should approach interview questions about working capital. Instead of just reciting the textbook ranges of working capital, focus on how you would analyze the ratio for specific business models. Prepare examples of when companies benefit from unconventional ratios like the Tesla's prepayments or software subscriptions. Show that you understand that liquidity needs vary by industry, business model, and stages of company's growth. So next time when you face this question, make these connections clear. Demonstrate that you know when low ratios reflect strength rather than weakness. Explain how you would investigate a declining ratio rather than just calling it bad. That practical industry awareness perspective sets you apart from candidates who are stuck on textbook answers. On a quick side note, at FP&A Professionals Institute, our mission is to help 1 million professionals master finance and FP&A skills. So if you're serious about FP&A, do check out our certified global FP&A professional program, the CGFPA certification. Link to download the brochure are given in the description below. Also, you can visit our website www.fpnaprofessionals.com or scan the QR code here for a bunch of free resources, including books, courses, and cheat sheets. Hi, in this video, we will talk about an important FP&A interview question. Why FP&A and why do you want to move into a finance profile now? Here is the truth. Your accounting background is a gold mine for FP&A, but only if you know how to position it. What I've seen is most candidates miss the link between their past experience and the forward nature looking of FP&A. So let me show you how to connect your accounting and audit skills to budgeting, forecasting, and cross-functional collaboration in a way that feels natural and compelling to the interviewer. Before we get into the video, I also wanted to cover different ways this question can be asked in the interview. So here are different versions of the same question. What motivates you to move from accounting to FP&A? Why are you interested in an FP&A role at this stage of your career? What attracts you to FP&A analysis over your present role? How did you realize that FP&A was the right next step for you? What do you hope to gain by moving into FP&A now? What is driving your shift from a backward looking function to a forward looking finance role like FP&A? When the interviewers ask why FP&A, they are not just testing your interest. They are also checking if you understand what makes this role different from accounting. A vague answer like I enjoy working with numbers won't cut it. So in the next few minutes, I will break down exactly how to structure your response to highlight your strategic mindset, showcase your transferable skills, and make hiring managers confident that you are ready for the transition. So let's get into it. Now, close your eyes and picture yourself sitting in an FP&A interview. The hiring manager leans forward and asks you, why do you want this role? Now, your mind freezes at this point. You know that you are qualified, but suddenly you can't find the right words. And this happens to most candidates because they haven't prepared for how different this question is from technical accounting interview questions. The default answers don't work here. Saying that I love numbers or I want career growth will make the interviewers tune out. And they've heard these responses hundreds of times. Research shows that 3 out of the 4 candidates are unable to explain their FP&A motivations beyond these surface level reasons. The issue isn't your experience, it is how you are presenting it. Accounting focuses on historical accuracy, while FP&A drives future decisions. Hiring managers need to hear how your background equips you for this shift. If you worked on auditing financial statements, then you can connect that to building trustworthy budgets and forecasts. If you've handled month end close before, you can explain how that trigger will help you deliver faster management reporting cycles. The key here is showing that you understand FP&A's strategic demands and not just its technical requirements. Many candidates also make the mistake of treating this like an technical FP&A or accounting interview question, and they'll start listing skills like Excel proficiency or attention to detail. All these matter, but they don't answer why FP&A specifically appeals to you. Interviewers listen for cues that you understand the FP&A role's business impact, and they want to hear how you will transition from just verifying data to influencing business decisions. So think about the last time that you analyze financial results in your current role. Did you notice any trends that could inform next year's budgets or forecasts? That is a kind of insight the FP&A teams would value. Your answers should bridge what you have done with what you will do in future. For example, in my tax role, I identified recurring deductions that helped improve cash flow projections. Now, I want to use the same analytical skills to build company-wide budgets and forecasts. Now, the most effective responses I have seen does 2 things very well. First is that they would highlight transferable FP&A skills. And second is while doing that, they also demonstrate strategic thinking. You should definitely avoid very generic statements like I just like finance or I just like FP&A. Instead, you should pinpoint moments in your present role where you went beyond compliance work to provide forward looking insights. Even very small examples count, like suggesting process improvements during an audit or even volunteering to help with the budget variance analysis. Now, you should appreciate that what this question also does, it separates candidates who understand FP&A from those who just want a change for the sake of it. Your answers should prove that you've researched the role's challenges well. You can mention specific pain points from the FP&A job description. For example, I know that your team struggles with aligning department budgets to strategic goals, and my experience of reconciling intercompany transactions has taught me how to bridge gaps between different teams. Remember, the interviewer isn't just evaluating your FP&A skills in this question. They are assessing whether you will survive and thrive in FP&A's collaborative environment. So you should show them that you are ready to move from working with spreadsheets to working with stakeholders. Your accounting background gives you that credibility. Now you need to frame it as a preparation for driving business outcomes. After reviewing over hundreds of successful transitions into FP&A, three clear motivation patterns emerged to me. These aren't about technical skills. They focus on how candidates connect their past experience to FP&A's unique value proposition. FP&A professionals don't just report numbers, they shape companies' direction. This appeals to accountants and auditors who have spent years verifying historical data, now want to impact future financial decisions. One of the candidate put it this way: in accounting and audit, I used to verify financial statements. Now I want to use the same attention to detail to build budgets and forecasts that drive future growth of the company. The second motivation is skill expansion. Accounting roles often focus on compliance and accuracy, while FP&A roles requires forecasting and business partnering. This shift lets professionals develop new capabilities. One auditor transitioning into FP&A explained, I have spent years ensuring that past data and numbers were correct. Now, FP&A will give me the chance to use that foundation to predict what's coming next. This is what could resonate with interviewers because this shows self awareness about the FP&A role's demands. Cross functional collaboration is the third key motivation. Unlike accounting, which often works in silos, FP&A teams interact with every department in the business. This appeals to professionals who enjoy solving business problems beyond the spreadsheets. One candidate said that in my past tax roles, I rarely spoke to operations. Now, I want to work with them to improve the core forecasting. Interviewers listen for this because FP&A success depends on building relationships across the organization. These three motivations work because they address what hiring managers really care about. Technical skills have now become table stakes. They expect you to know Excel and Power BI. What sets you apart is demonstrating how your accounting background prepares you for the FP&A strategic forward-looking nature. For example, if you've done month-end reporting close, highlight how that trigger helps you deliver accurate forecasts faster. If you've reconciled accounts, explain how that attention to detail ensures reliable budgeting and forecasting models. The best answers often combine these motivation with specific examples. Instead of just saying, I want to be more strategic, you can try this. After 3 years of working on financial statements, now I am ready to use that expertise to build budgets and forecasts that align with company goals. This shows that you understand FP&A's purpose. Another effective approach is linking your skills to the company's challenges. For example, my experience streamlining auditing processes has taught me how to improve reporting efficiency, something your job description has mentioned as the priority. Avoid generic statements about liking analysis or wanting growth. These don't differentiate you. Instead, focus on shifting from recording history to shaping the future. One successful candidate framed it in this way: in accounts payable, I processed invoices. Now I want to analyze spending patterns, help departments stay on budget. This simple contrast demonstrates a clear understanding of the FP&A's value. Again, remember that interviewers aren't just evaluating your technical skills. They are assessing whether you will survive and thrive in FP&A's collaborative, forward-thinking environment. Your answers should prove that you've researched the role's challenges and can connect your experience to solving them. These three motivations, strategic influence, skill expansion, and cross functional collaboration, give you that framework to do that job effectively. Picture this: you are halfway through your FP&A interview, and the interview is going very well. Now, suddenly, the FP&A manager asks you, why do you want this role? Your mind starts racing. All you can think of are generic phrases like, I enjoy analysis or I want more strategic work. Here is why that happens. Most accounting professionals struggle to articulate the specific appeal of FP&A because they haven't connected their daily tasks to the bigger FP&A picture. The challenge isn't your experience, it is framing your background in a way that highlights it, prepares you for FP&A's unique demands. The key is recognizing that interviewers don't just want to hear why you are interested. They need proof that you understand how FP&A differs from accounting. While accounting focuses on historical accuracy, FP&A drives the future decisions. Saying I love numbers misses the mark because both roles, be it accounting or FP&A, involve numbers. What sets FP&A apart is influencing business strategy through forecasting, budgeting, and cross-functional collaboration. If your answer could apply to any finance role, then it is too vague. Many successful candidates anchor their responses in three specific motivations: strategic influence, skill expansion, and collaboration. Strategic influence means moving from recording transactions to shaping company's future direction. Skill expansion involves transitioning from compliance work to predictive forecasting and modeling. modeling. Collaboration highlights partnering with departments like sales, marketing, or operations, which is rare in the traditional accounting function. For example, an auditor might say, verifying financial statements showed me how data quality impacts decisions. Now I want to build those budgets and forecasts myself. To structure your response, you could use the STAR P method. Start with the S, which is situation, which can be your current accounting, audit, or tax role. Then comes T, describe the transition. What made you realize FP&A was the right move? Next is A, explain the action, how you proactively developed relevant skills like doing FP&A courses or certifications. Next is R, share the result, how those efforts prepared you for FP&A. And finally comes P, offer proof, a concrete example that demonstrates your FP&A readiness. Next, let's see how this could work in practical life. For example, in my tax accounting role, which is the situation, I noticed our clients often struggled with cash flow surprises. That made me realize I wanted to prevent problems, not just fix them, which is transition. Next, I took an online course on forecasting and built a 12-month cash flow forecast model for the small business, which is one of my clients, which is the action. Their variance rates dropped by 20% because they could anticipate the shortfalls well in advance. Result. Here is the model file, and I would love to discuss how I could apply this approach to your quarterly forecast, which is the proof. Now, this method works because it tells the interviewer a story that they can follow. It shows self awareness about what was missing in your previous role and the initiative that you took to bridge the gap. And most importantly, it provides the proof that you've done the work to understand FP&A's day to day challenges and realities. The best response doesn't just list the reasons, they demonstrate how your past has uniquely prepared you for the next FP&A step. Now, even the strongest FP&A candidates can sometimes undermine themselves with these three common mistakes. The first mistake is that making the answer all about what you want from the role rather than what you can contribute to it. Saying I want better work-life balance or I am looking for more interesting work can sometimes raise red flags because it focuses on your needs instead of the company's requirements. Instead, you could flip the perspective. For example, you can say something on the lines, my month-end close experience has helped me develop the business knowledge that I plan to use delivering rolling forecasts to help the company plan better. Now, this shifts the focus to how you can solve problem for the organization. The second mistake is underestimating how much technical accounting experience applies to FP&A. Many candidates assume that they need to downplay their accounting background when it actually is their strongest asset. For example, if you've done financial statement analysis, that directly translates to building more accurate forecasts. If you've managed budgets, if you've already understood the inputs the FP&A teams need, one controller transitioning to FP&A successfully framed it this way. Auditing expense reports taught me how departments overspend. Now I want to help them build the budget guidelines that prevents those issues upfront. The third pitfall is giving a generic answer that doesn't address company specific challenge. Before the interview, research the company's pain points. Maybe they are scaling up, rapidly entering new markets, or struggling with forecasting accuracy. Then tailor your response accordingly. For example, I noticed that the CFO mentioned tightening budget variance in the last earnings call. My work reconciling intercompany transactions gave me a sharp eye for discrepancies. Now I could apply that rigor to your forecasting process. This shows that you have done your homework and can hit the ground running immediately. Now, the difference between an average answer and an outstanding answer comes down to one question. Are you showing them what's in it for you, or what is in it for the hiring manager and the organization? The candidates who land offers make it undeniably clear that how their background and skills can solve the hiring managers and company's problem. So make sure that your every sentence reinforces that connection. So remember, when interviewers ask you why you want to get into FP&A, they are not judging your ability or experience. What they are trying to understand is, will you be able to navigate through the challenges that comes with the new FP&A role? Hope this breakdown helps you prepare for your next interview. Now, most FP&A candidates blow up the starting of the interview, and it is not because they lack experience. It is either because they haven't prepared for this, or they just don't see the real purpose behind this question. And research shows that your first impressions are built really, really fast. And this opening question actually sets the tone for everything that follows in the interview. So in this video, I'll show you the exact three-part formula that the hiring managers hope that you will use in the interview. But before we get into this, let us look at what is really going on when the interviewers ask this question and the different ways this question can turn up in the interview. Here are different ways interviewers may ask this question. Tell me about yourself. Walk me through your background. Can you give us a quick overview of your career so far? Why don't you start by introducing yourself? Or give me a summary of your personal and professional journey. Next, let's understand why the interviewers is asking this question. They want to know one thing. Can you translate your experience and skills into something that their FP&A team and the company needs? They don't want to listen to your job history. What they want to know from you is how you can add value to their organization. And this can be best communicated using the three-part framework called present, past, and future. Ready? So let's start with your present role. So here is an example. To give you a quick overview of where I am right now, I currently work as a finance analyst with Citibank. Here, I focus on delivering insights that helps my leadership teams make better financial decisions. My day-to-day involves more than just preparing reports. I lead the monthly variance analysis call on a $200 million OPEX budget. This helps our leadership team to adjust spending and reforecast based on real-time data. In fact, in the last quarter, one of my insights led to 10% reduction in discretionary spends. I am also involved in streamlining our reporting processes. I have automated several manual reporting steps which cut our month-end close time nearly by 30%. And that has given our FP&A teams faster access to critical numbers. Even though that my title doesn't say FP&A, a lot of what I do aligns closely to the FP&A teams. I build Power BI dashboards, track key performance indicators, and support forecast reviews across the departments. One of the projects that I am proud of is when I created a dashboard that helped our sales team spot and address a performance gap, which nearly led to a 10% boost in conversion rates. Now that you've talked about your present role, it is also equally important to highlight some of your past experiences. Did you analyze trends, cut costs, or improve processes? That's all FP&A in action. For example, in my past accounting role, I spotted a recurring error during the close and we fixed it, which boosted the close accuracy by 5%. You can focus on one example or one story using the STAR method to highlight a real business impact. The STAR method is situation, task, action, and result. Show that you weren't just doing tasks, you were thinking critically and driving business results. So you have shown how your past built the foundation for FP&A. Next, it is time to show how you will use that foundation to drive the results in the future. This is where you show how you will solve the organization's problem from day one. And to do that, you should start by studying the job description in detail and also be aware of what are the updates company going through. Are they rolling out a new planning tool? Are they expanding globally? Are they trying to improve their budgeting process or forecasting accuracy? Let them know that you are ready to hit the ground running. For example, I saw that your organization is implementing a new planning tool. In my last role, I had led the rollout of the Adaptive Insights planning tool, which has helped our organization cut budget cycles by 20%. And I would love to help your team do the same. Let's take another example. If you notice that the company is growing fast and focused on the next expansion, you can say something on the lines. I noticed that you are expanding into new markets and geographies, and I bring hands on experience working with multi currency budgets and forecasts. And I also am very familiar with the Asia specific KPIs to support for this industry. Use business language, talk about driving insights, partnering cross functionally, and preempting risks. That shows that you don't just know the numbers, you also know how to use them to move the businesses forward. So, this is the way by connecting your experience to the company goals, you position yourself as someone who won't just fit in, but will make a real business impact. Now that you've seen the present, past, and future independently, let's bring everything together in an example. So, here it is. I am a finance professional with a strong foundation in accounting and a growing specialization in FP&A. In my current role, I lead the monthly variance analysis on a 200 million US dollar OPEX budget. I like translating numbers into actionable insights that help my leadership teams make better decisions. Last quarter, one of my recommendations led to a 10% reduction in discretionary spends. This hands on experience with forecasting and cost control has sharpened my skills significantly. Before this, I worked in operations where I regularly analyzed process data to reduce waste and improve efficiency. In one case, I reviewed 3 months of data and scheduling trends and found a 15% dip in productivity during the shift overlaps, and which led me to propose a fix that saved $500,000 in labor annually. While those roles didn't have FP&A in their title, they built the analytical thinking and business partnership mindset that the FP&A role requires. Now, what excites me about your team is your focus on improving forecast accuracy and driving better planning outcomes. I saw you are implementing a new planning system. In my present role, I have led the rollout of Adaptive Insights, a planning tool that has helped cut our budget cycle by 20%. I would love to bring that experience here and contribute from day one. Also, remember this isn't just about answering one interview question, it is about setting the tone for the entire 30 to 40-minute interview conversation. So, practice your story using the PPF framework. Say it loud at least 3 times until it flows naturally. This one step can dramatically boost your confidence and clarity. End your answers with real energy. Express why this company and this roles matter to you and how you are ready to contribute from day one. In the next video, we will cover how to ask smart and strategic questions that not only impresses your interviewer but also shows that you're thinking like a future FP&A leader. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Did you know that the last 5 minutes of your FP&A interview could actually make or break your chances? Most candidates are laser focused on answering every FP&A interview question correctly. But then there is one part that they completely forget or overlook, the questions that they can ask the interviewer. And those last few minutes, that could be the decisive moments of the interview. Asking questions at the end of an interview isn't just being polite or filling up time. This is your chance to show that you have done your homework, that you are thinking beyond the offer, and that you have already started visualizing success in this role. So, in this video, I'll walk you through a simple framework called the STGR 4 question framework for ending interviews strongly, and the exact questions that can help you stand out, spot red flags, and decide whether this role truly is the right fit for you. So let us start with the most common mistake, not asking anything, or even worse, asking something like, okay, so what does your company do? That's a big red flag. That tells the interviewer that you haven't done your research. Now, here is what many candidates don't realize. When the interviewer flips and says, do you have any questions for us? That is not the end of the interview. It is actually a new beginning, a hidden test for you. They are watching. How do you think? How curious you are about the role? Whether you care about the success in the role or are just interested in getting the job. So let us start with S, which means success. One of the most important questions that you could ask is around how does the company or the FP&A team define success for that particular role? Because if you don't know what winning looks like for that particular role and organization, how can you even aim for it? One of my favorite questions to ask at the end of FP&A interview is, what does success look like in this role after 6 to 12 months? Let me repeat, how does success look like for you at the end of 6 to 12 months? That is a very good question. Why? Because it is showing that you are not just thinking about joining, you are also thinking about contribution. In FP&A roles, where success often means things like hitting the forecast accuracy, meeting tight reporting deadlines, or driving smarter business decisions. And when you ask this type of a question, you are getting insights that no job description can ever give you. If you want to even go deeper, try asking something on the lines of, how have others succeeded in this role before me? Their answer to this question will tell you a lot about internal growth, expectation, whether this company promotes from within or not. Next, in the STGR framework comes T, and T stands for teams. It is not just about the job role, it is also about the people behind it. Understanding the team dynamic tells you what your daily life will really look like. Here is something people often forget: numbers are people powered. The team you join can make or break your FP&A job experience. So you could ask questions like, can you tell me about the team I'll be working with? And then listen closely. Are they excited when they describe the team? Do they share examples of collaboration? Or just give generic answers like it's a regular finance team. Also, you could ask, how often does the team work on cross collaboration or cross functional project? In good FP&A teams, you will hear about working with sales, marketing, operations, supply chain. If you want bonus insights, ask, how does the team celebrate wins? It tells you how recognition works in that particular organization and whether success is a shared value or just another target. Next up in the STGR framework is G, which stands for growth. Now let's talk about your future. A great role means very little today if there is no path looking forward. So you need to ask about growth before getting into it. Don't just evaluate the job role depending on what it is offering today, but also evaluate the runway you get along with it. So you could ask questions like, what are the growth prospects here? How does the company support continuous development and learning? And you want to hear about things like internal promotion, mentorship, training budgets, support for learning and certifications, especially in fast changing areas like FP&A. And if they can give you examples like one of our analysts became a lead in 18 months, that's a very good sign. And if the answer feels vague, like, yeah, people come around and move sometimes, that could mean a warning sign. And finally, in the STGR framework comes R, which is spotting the red flags. The questions you can ask here can save you months from being in the wrong job. Here is what you don't want to hear: vague responses, no concrete examples, flat tone or hesitation when asked about team or growth. Those are signs that either the role isn't well defined or the company culture isn't as healthy as they claim. And always remember, asking smart questions isn't just for them to assess you. It is also for you to assess them, because interview is always a two-way street. Remember, the questions that you ask at the end of the interview can set you apart as a thoughtful and strategic finance professional. So here is your four-question STGR cheat sheet. S. What does success look like in this role after 6 to 12 months? T. How does the team look like and how do they typically work together? G. What are the growth, development, and learning opportunities that exist here? And finally, R. What are the challenges that the team has faced recently? If you ask these four questions, you won't just leave the interview with a strong impression. You will also walk away knowing whether this role truly fits you and you should be taken. Coming up in the next video, FP&A interview question number 28. Why do you want to work here? Most candidates get this question wrong with generic answers. I will show you how to stand out with a tailored framework, so don't miss that video. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Imagine this: you are sitting in an FP&A interview, and the hiring manager asks, why do you want to work for us? And then your mind goes blank. This is a common problem, and a lot of talented finance professionals miss out on job offers because their answers either sound too generic or unprepared. In fact, hiring managers are looking for candidates who can show real understanding of the company and how they fit into the company goals and the role. In this video, I'll walk you through a step-by-step approach using a simple three-step framework called the EGO framework. I'll show you how targeted research and a clear structure can help you craft an answer that gets noticed. So why do so many candidates struggle with this question? Let us look at what happens when your answer sounds like everyone else. Let's start with the biggest mistake: giving a very generic answer. Say something like, I admire your company culture, without giving any reason or context, and you've just told the interviewer that you haven't prepared for the interview. In FP&A, where strategy and attention to detail matter, that's a deal breaker. Generic answers make it sound like you want any finance job and not just this one. So how do you stand out? That's where the EGO or the ego framework comes in handy. So let us talk about the first part of the EGO framework, which is expertise. Imagine that you're going to a birthday party. Would you bring a random gift without knowing the birthday boy or birthday girl's likes and dislikes? Of course not. You would ask around. You would check what they are into, right? And same goes for the interviews. When a company asks you, why do you want to work here? They want to see if you know that what they are really caring about. Here is the thing: most candidate shows up with the wrong gift. They say things like, I like your culture, or this job sounds exciting. That's like bringing a cricket bat to a chess match. It shows you did not do your homework, and this hurts your chances in the interview. So, how do you show your real expertise? You dig in a little deeper. You visit the company's website, check their investors page, read what they say in their quarterly results, investor presentations, and big announcements. Are they growing fast? Are they cutting costs? Are they launching new products and services? Now, connect all of these in your FP&A interview using your skills tying to their goals. So let me take an example. One candidate saw that the company was automating its supply chain. And in the interview, she said, "That's something I find very exciting. I have worked on a project where automation saved us 15% in cost. And I would like to do the same in your supply chain automation project." Simple, relevant, and powerful. So the key is don't just talk about what you want. Show how what you've done earlier fits where they are going now. That's how you make your expertise feel like the perfect gift for that birthday party or that organization. Now, showing that you've done your research is a good start, but that only answers half the question. The next thing interviewers want to know is, are you in just for today or do you see a future here in the organization? That's where the second part of the EGO framework comes in: growth. Let us say you are joining a new football team, and while you do that, you are not just thinking about the first match or the first tournament. You are asking yourselves, will I get to play and train with the best players? Will I grow as a player and as an individual? That is exactly how the hiring managers think too. They are not just asking if this person will be able to do one project or one job. They are wondering, will you be able to grow with them as a team and as an organization? And most importantly, if they invest in training and grooming you today, would you stay with them for long term? Here is the mistake most people make. Most of them say, I want to grow, but they never show how or why this company is the right place for that. This sounds vague and it sounds like every other answer. What really works is when you get super specific. You look up the company's LinkedIn and find out people who have started in one team and then moved up across divisions. Maybe someone went from being an intern to a vice president. One of the candidate said in the interview, I noticed that one of your leaders started as an intern and then grew through multiple roles in the organization. That really stood out to me because I am also looking for a place where I can build long term. You should also look out for programs like finance rotations, mentorship tracks, or mobility initiatives. If you mention those by name in the interview, it shows that you have done your research and you have got a plan. So instead of saying, I want to grow, you could say something like, your FP&A rotation program is very exciting to me. I am looking to gain experience across both corporate and divisional teams. And I have seen how employees here move roles between to build a broader experience. That is thoughtful, that's long term, and that shows growth. So you've shown them that you've done your research and that you see a long term future with the organization. But there is one last thing that sets great candidates apart, which is understanding what it is actually like to work in that role. That brings us to the final part of the EGO framework, which is the organization. Let us say that you are thinking of finding a new school for your kid and you are in the process of researching different schools. You check the school's website. The website says all the right things like great teachers, fun clubs, awesome facilities. But how do you really make sure if that school is the right fit for your child? You ask the students and the parents who already go there, right? That's where the real story lives. And the same goes for companies and interviews. Too many candidates stop at the company website or Glassdoor reviews, but those only show the surface. And generic answers like "I like your collaborative culture" fall flat because they sound like copy paste line. But if you want to stand out, you should definitely talk to people who live the culture day in and day out. One of the smart candidate message a few company employees on LinkedIn asking questions like, do you like working for this company? How does the FP&A team that you work in support the strategy of the company here? What makes your finance team different? And the answers that came out from those conversations were pure gold. One person talked about the good onboarding support. Another shared how storytelling is a key aspect in presenting the company's forecast. And all of that intel was used by the candidate in the interview. In the interview, the candidate says, after speaking with your finance team, I learned how they partner with marketing on pricing. And that's exactly the kind of cross functional work I love doing. Now, that answer is way more powerful than anything that you'll find on the resume or the Glassdoor review site. So, if you want to show that you get the company culture, you don't just guess. You talk to people, you ask real questions, and then bring all of those insights into your answers in the interview. So, now let's bring everything together. For example, you could start saying something on the lines, I am very excited about the company's move into predictive analytics because I have built models in the past that do just that. Next, you highlight the rotation program as the perfect way for you to grow your skills across the organization. And finally, you share something that you learned from a team member on LinkedIn about how they work closely with the marketing team. That's EGO in action: expertise, growth, and organization. This EGO framework helps you structure your answer clearly and concisely. It also shows the interviewer that you have done your research, you understand the company's priorities, and you are very serious about adding value. So before your next interview, research the organization thoroughly using the EGO framework. On a quick side note, at FP&A Professionals Institute, our mission is to help 1 million professionals master finance and FP&A skills. So if you're serious about FP&A, do check out our certified global FP&A professional program, the CGFPA certification. Link to download the brochure are given in the description below. Also, you can visit our website www.fpnaprofessionals.com or scan the QR code here for a bunch of free resources, including books, courses, and cheat sheets. What if I told you missing just one financial trend could cost your company thousands or even millions of dollars? In this video, I will walk you through a real life example where we will break down how to answer the classic interview question: tell me about a time when you spotted a financial risk or a trend. Stay till the end because I will be giving you a plug and play template which you can use in your own interviews. So let's get started. Before we jump into the video, let us understand how this question might show up in an interview. It is often asked in different ways, like tell me about a time when your analysis uncovered a risk. Describe a situation where you identified a financial trend. Have you ever caught something early that others have missed? Could you share an example of when you had used data to drive a business decision? And finally, walk me through a time when you saw something in the numbers that led to action. Now that you know the different ways this question can show up in the interview, let us talk about why even they are asking this question in the first place. Remember, when the interviewers ask, tell me about a time when you spotted a financial trend or a risk, don't just want you to know if you noticed something. They want to see how your brain works. Can you connect the dots? Can you take action? And most importantly, can you protect the business and help it grow? Most people say things like, I noticed that the payments were late. Okay, but then what? What really stands out is when you say, I saw a pattern, I warned the team, I changed how we work, and that's how the company saved 100,000 US dollars. Remember that FP&A isn't a solo sport. You need to show how you work with the sales, legal, operations teams. Just like in a football team, you pass the ball to the team members to score a goal. Next, let us break this down using the STAR framework, which is like telling a simple four-step story. Start with the S, which is situation. What was actually going on? Then comes T. What was your responsibility? That is the task. Next is A, action. What did you actually do? And finally comes R, the result. What happened because of your actions? Think of it like telling a bedtime story. What was the problem? What did you do? And how did it end? Now, I will walk you through a real life example using the STAR framework and explain it like I am telling a story to my 10-year-old nephew. So here is what happened. Our company had a big client. We'll call them Big Basket. Big Basket bought a lot of goods from us. In fact, almost they were one fourth of our business. One day, they started paying us late, first by 15 days, then 30 days, and then 60. Everyone in the company, especially the sales team, thought that it'll be fine. But I felt that there was something off. Then I saw more weird signs. They were ordering less and less goods. There were news about their industry being in trouble. There were also rumors of layoffs in their office. And most importantly, their finance numbers looked bad, which showed in more debt and mounting losses. It was like hearing the ice crack under your feet and you don't wait till you fall in. My job as an FP&A analyst was not just to say that the payments are late. I had to figure out how bad is the risk, how exposed we are, and most importantly, what should we do next. So my task was protect the company without blowing up the relationship with one of our biggest customers. Think of it being a lifeguard. When you see someone struggling in water, you don't just scream and panic, but you still assess quickly and then make your move smartly. Here is what I did. I pulled 12 months of payment data of Big Basket. I checked each and every report from outside agencies and noticed that they were late with everybody, not just us. I met with our sales team and advised them for newer orders from Big Basket. Let's take the payment upfront. Created a dashboard for our senior leadership team showing how much of our revenue was tied to this one risky client. Suggested that we start talking to newer small clients in safer industries and advised our accounting team to increase the bad debt reserve just in case it is required. Our every action was like adding airbags just before the crash. And we didn't just protect ourselves, we also prepared a backup plan too. Let us now talk about the final part, which is the result. So here is what happened. Before the client went bankrupt, we reduced our exposure by 40%. Also, we collected more cash upfront. And all of this keeping the senior leadership, including the CEO, head of sales, and CFO, informed the whole time. Also, we shifted our focus to newer clients, which added 12% more revenue by the end of next quarter. Did you see what just happened? Instead of falling into a hole, we built a bridge and walked over it. And that's what interviewers want to hear. Not just that I saw a red flag, but here is how I solved it. And that too step by step. So there you go. Here is your entire STAR framework cheat sheet. S, which stands for situation. What was wrong? Next comes T, which is task. What was the project or the issue about? Then comes A, what action did you exactly take? And finally comes R, the result. What changed because of you? So if you want to prepare for FP&A interviews, start building your own star stories. Pick up a project where something didn't feel right. What did you notice? What action did you take? And finally, what difference all of that made? Let me know in the comments your star story that you are going to prepare for your next interview. Now imagine studying for the entire year, but when the exam day comes, you forget to show your best work. That is what happens to most finance professionals during the performance reviews. So if you're tired of working hard all year and still feeling invisible during the appraisal time, this video is for you. You will learn the PCOR method, a super simple way to turn your everyday work into compelling stories that get noticed. So let's break it down step by step. But before we dive into the method, let us try to understand why so many finance professionals, even the great ones, end up feeling invisible during performance reviews. Here is a problem. Most finance professionals do great work, but they talk about it like this. I did the monthly close. I prepared the management report. I did variance analysis. That is like saying I ate food when your mom asks you, what did you eat for lunch? It tells her nothing. Instead of that, imagine saying this to your mom. I made my own pizza in 10 minutes and saved $20 instead of ordering. Now that is impact. It shows initiative, time, and money saved. So instead of saying I closed the books in 5 days, you could say I reduced the month end close by 3 days through automation, freeing up time for real analysis. Now you're not just a task doer, you're a business value creator. So if listing tasks doesn't work, then what does? That's where the PCOR method comes in handy. It is a simple way to turn your routine work into results driven stories. So let us talk about the magic formula PCOR. P stands for project, C stands for challenge, O stands for how did you overcome it, and R stands for what results did you bring in. It is like telling a superhero story. Let us take an example. P stands for projects. So what were you working on? C stands for challenge. What made that situation tough? O stands for how did you overcome and solve that problem? And R stands for results. What changed because of your effort? Let us take an example. I managed the budgeting process, and in my team, many people didn't want to use the new templates. That was the challenge. So I created a training video and held 3 workshops. That is how you overcame it. And the result, we finished the budgeting cycle 2 weeks earlier than normal. That is the result. And that is something memorable. Now that you've got the structure, let us make it even more powerful by adding numbers. Because in finance, numbers speak louder than words. Now let us sprinkle some numbers. Saying I helped with reporting is like saying I went to work. So what? Instead, you could say I automated reporting and saved 200 hours a year, which saved $10,000 in analyst time. You could use 3 buckets to frame your value. Bucket number 1 is cash impact. Did you help save or make money? Bucket 2 is efficiency gain. Did you help save time? And bucket 3 is risk reduction. Did you prevent a loss or a mistake? Here are some examples. I improved collections and unlocked $20,000 in cash flow. I reduced errors by 30%, cutting rework time by 10 hours a month. I identified duplicate payments worth $10,000 and fixed it. Speak the language of business and not just Excel. Of course, not every number looks pretty. So, what do you do when things don't go your way? Let us talk about how to frame those tough moments. Now, we all mess up sometimes. Really matters is how do you bounce back. So, don't say that I failed. Say something like, we missed the target. I investigated and found the root issue and then adjusted the model so that it would be more accurate the next time. It is like saying, I burned the first batch of pancakes, so I changed the heat and then nailed the next batch. Managers love this. You took action, learned, and then improved. So always use situation, action, and result even for setback. And here is a fact about performance reviews. Whether it is a big win or a missed target, you won't remember if you don't track it properly. This brings us to the simple but a powerful habit. Don't wait till December to remember what you did in March. Create a PCOR log on an Excel or a Google Sheet. Every Friday, write down one win. What was the project? What went wrong? What did you fix? What changed? Over time, you will have a gold mine of achievements which are ready for your review season. No stress, no scrambling. Even small wins add up over time. For example, I would note down things like I trained two juniors now who can handle 30% of my reporting. I created a tracker that reduced last minute escalations. And also, once you start logging your wins on a weekly basis, you will soon realize that many of your most powerful contributions come from small tweaks that you make. So let us talk about how to highlight those next. When you save hours, remember that you are not just saving time, you are also saving your team's sanity. Don't say I automated reporting. Instead, say I built a report that cut 10 hours a month and gave leadership team 3 extra days to make decisions. It's not just what you did, it is also what that enabled. So always remember, you are not just fixing pipes, you are improving the water flow for the entire city. But even the best process improvements don't happen in a vacuum. Let us now talk about how to highlight your role without ignoring your team. In the performance appraisals, you want to shine, but never at the cost of your team. So say, I created the dashboard that helped our team hit our reporting deadlines 2 days earlier. Or I led the reconciliation process, freeing up my teammates' time for strategic work. Show how your win was also the win for the entire team. Now, once you talk about work and your team, there is one final ingredient that shows the leadership teams you are ready for more. That is the questions you ask next. Remember, appraisals aren't just about answers, they are also about smart questions. So you could ask your manager, what skills will be most valuable to the team next year? What would make me ready for a promotion? This shows that you are looking forward and not just defending last year's report card. You don't necessarily need to work harder. What you need is you need to speak in terms of the results. You could start with one PCOR story this week, write it down, practice it, because when you speak the language of business outcomes, people listen, promotions follow, and doors open. Now imagine this. You are sitting in your dream FP&A interview. The conversation is flowing naturally. And then bam, they ask you, what are your salary expectations? For a second, your brain freezes. If you quote a number that's too high, you might be out of the interview race. And if you quote a number that is low, you could just leave a lot of money on the table. Here is the truth. Most people mess this up because they don't understand really what's behind this question. So in this video, I will break down why interviewers ask this question in the interview, three powerful ways you can answer it, and most importantly, how can you turn this to your advantage. So whether you are new to finance and FP&A or looking for your next role, if you learn this skill now, your future self will thank you every time you get a raise. So now that you know why this question can either make or break your interview, let us try to understand what is really going behind in the minds of the interviewer when they're asking this. Now remember this, when in an interview setting someone asks you about your salary expectation, it is not just the salary number they want, it is actually a signal. Here are three big reasons why companies would ask you about your salary in the interview. First, they want to see if you know your actual worth. If you say, I am looking for $80,000 per annum, when the market is actually paying, say, $100,000 per annum, they will wonder, do you lack confidence or are your skills outdated? Second, it is a filter. Companies don't want to waste time. If your range is way out of their budget, they want to move on fast. And third, it also reveals your negotiation style and communication skills. Are you confident? Are you collaborative? Are you inflexible? So when they ask this, they are looking for more than just your answer. They are also looking for how do you handle pressure. Okay, so hopefully now you know and understand that this question is about much more than money. It is about how you think, how you prepare, and how do you communicate. But here is where things can get tricky. Most candidates make one out of these three big mistakes. So let's talk about what you should not be doing, because this is where majority of the people fumble. Mistake number one, giving away the number way too early. That's like playing poker and showing all your cards to the opponents. You lose the leverage. Mistake number two, giving a very wide range. For example, between $100,000 and $200,000. That tells them that you haven't done your research. A $10 to $20,000 range is okay, but giving them $100,000 range tells them that you are lazy. And finally, let's talk about mistake number three, saying that I am flexible and I am okay with whatever you are offering. This sounds polite, but then you are giving them all the control. Now we have seen what not to do. How do you actually answer this question with confidence and clarity, especially when the stakes feel so high? So let us walk through exactly how to do that step by step. Step number one, do your research very thoroughly. You could use sites like Glassdoor, Ambition Box, LinkedIn Salary, or even talk to your peers and find out the actual market range for that particular job title in your industry and location. For example, if similar jobs offer a salary of anywhere between $80,000 to $100,000, and if you have the right experience and the skills that the company is looking for, $100,000 would be a solid anchor for your negotiation. Step number two, create a tight salary range. You could say in the interview something on the lines, based on my research and experience in FP&A, I am targeting a CTC of anywhere between 100,000 US dollars to 125,000 US dollars. This shows that you've done your research, you are confident, and you are clear about what are your expectations. And finally, step number three, which a lot of candidates miss, practice your delivery. Say it without flinching. No ums or words like hopefully. This isn't a wish list. It is your value that you are demanding. But what if they are pressing you for a number very early in the compensation? You could say something on the lines of, I'm happy to share, but could I understand a little bit more about the role and challenge before discussing the compensation? This shows maturity and genuine interest in the role. What if they are still pushing for a number? In that scenario, you can give them a salary number, but then anchor it very high. You could say something on the lines, okay, based on similar roles and my experience in FP&A automation projects, I would expect a compensation of about 125 US dollars. Another alternative is you could ask them about the budget. You could say something like, could I ask you what is the salary band budgeted for this role? If you are lucky and if they give you the budget answer, then you have a very crucial data point. But what if you find out that their budget is too low? In this situation, you could say something on the lines, thank you so much. That was really helpful. However, I was expecting a slightly higher pay based on my experience and past projects. Do you have room for negotiation? Alternatively, instead of rejecting it immediately, you could ask, is there a scope for performance linked bonus or stock options, or any other perquisite that might be of your interest? This shows flexibility but not desperation. Remember, handling tough salary conversations is a skill, and like any other skill, the more you practice it, the better you will get. Here is a bonus tip, especially if you are very early in your career and you are unsure of what salary to quote. You could say something on the lines of, I am targeting a salary of $80,000 to $100,000 based on current FP&A market rates for entry level roles. I am very excited about learning and growth in your company and open to what is fair compensation for this role. So, salary conversation doesn't have to be scary. It is not a test. It is a chance to show that you are prepared, professional, and most importantly, you know your work. So, do your research. Create a tight salary range. Handle pushback with confidence. Remember, every time you negotiate your salary smartly, you are not just earning more, you are building habits that pay off for decades to come. Now, most people think that FP&A is all about number crunching, but the real truth is FP&A is more about critical thinking and logical decision making. It is about whether you can explain your work without opening an Excel file. So, in response to the question, how do you build your financial models? Most candidates panic or fumble while answering. They start talking about Excel formulas, dashboards, or flashy functions, but miss the one thing that they really care about, which is the logic. In this video, I'll show you how to answer this question like a pro using a simple lemonade stand example and a three-part framework I have used in my interviews. So let's dive in. Now, before we break down the right way to answer this question, let us first look at the different ways the interviewers might actually ask this in the interview. Can you walk me through a model that you have built from scratch? What is your typical approach to financial modeling? How do you go about structuring a model for a new business case? If I asked you to build a forecast model tomorrow, where would you start? What steps do you follow when building a financial model? Whichever way they phrase the question, they are really asking the same thing. Can you think clearly and communicate your approach? And that's where most candidates fall short. So let us break it down. Most candidates don't mess up because they are bad at Excel. They mess it up because they can't explain their approach clearly. Some candidates start listing Excel formulas like VLOOKUP, index match, or functions like pivot tables. And other candidates directly jump into the outputs. For example, I built a P&L. I built a dashboard. But what is missing here? What is missing is the story, the logic, and the flow. Interviewers want to know that can you break down a business problem logically? Can you build something step by step that others can understand and use? So let me give you a shortcut, one that top performers use all the time. It is called the IPO framework: inputs, processing, and outputs. This process is very similar to the process when you are cooking your own meal. First, you gather all the ingredients, which are the inputs. Then you start mixing and cooking those ingredients, which is the process. And finally, you serve the dish, which is the output. Now, instead of overcomplicating things, you can use a very simple example to explain financial modeling in a very clear manner. Let us take an example. Let's imagine that you are helping your friend set up a lemonade stand business. You and your friend are planning to sell lemonades on weekends. You expect to sell about 50 cups a day for $3 each. And you've got some startup costs. For example, a table, a juicer, and a few signboards. Your ingredients include lemon, sugar, cups that cost around $1.2 per cup. And let us say that you are paying a rent of $200 per month to rent a small space in a park. Now your friend turns to you and asks you, can you build a financial model to see if this business actually makes sense and money? Now remember, you're not just building a spreadsheet. You're telling a story of a real business. So now that you understand the business, what it sells, how much it costs, and what it earns in profit, let us break it down the same way you would explain this in a FP&A interview. We'll walk through it using a simple three-part model: inputs, process, and outputs. So let us start with step number one, which are the inputs. Talking about step number one, which is the inputs, or in the language of financial modeling, it is called the assumptions tab. You start with the foundations, which are the assumptions. Some examples of your assumptions or drivers are price per cup, $3. Number of cups sold in a day, 50. Per cup, for example, cost of lemon sugar cups, $1.2. Standard rent per month, $200 a month. Keep this on its own in a separate tab. Color code the inputs in blue color. Add comments like based on last summer, based on benchmarking versus a nearby stand. Remember, you are not just doing modeling, you are documenting how you think. Once your assumptions are in place, it is now time to put them to work. Let us move to the next step, which is the actual engine of the model: process and calculations. In step number two, which is processing or calculations, also known as the engine room of the financial model, you are linking your assumptions to formulas. For example, revenue is equal to number of cups into the price per cup. Cost of goods sold is equal to cost per cup into number of cups. Gross profit is equal to revenue minus the cost of goods sold. This section should flow very logically without hard coding. Every output should be traceable to an input. If the sales go up, the cost should go up too. If they don't, then that is a red flag in your model. Now that you have run the numbers, the next step is to make sense of them. Let us bring it all together with the final step, which is the output. Let's talk about step number three, which is the outputs. In financial modeling language, it is also called the summary tab. Here is where your story comes together. You create a clean summary tab with elements like monthly profit, break even point, and the cash runway. You can add visual aids like simple charts, traffic lights, and red flags for spotting negative cash balance. Also, adding a balance check, for example, a check on the balance sheet where you make sure that the assets is equal to liabilities plus equity. This helps spot issues immediately. So now that your model is already built, how would you explain this in an interview setting? Let's next talk about how to turn all of this into a confident, structured answer in an actual interview. Here is how you present your approach with clarity and confidence. You could say something on the lines of, I use a three-part structure: inputs, process calculations, and outputs. Then walk through it. I define assumptions like price, volume, and upfront cost, all organized on a separate assumptions tab with sources. Next, I build calculations that flow logically from the assumptions or the inputs, projecting revenue, cost, and EBITDA. Finally, I summarize the key outputs like cash flow and break even on a clean dashboard for easy decision making. Next, you can add a layer that most people forget. You could say something on the lines, I also include version controls, balance checks, and a scenario planning toggle in my model. If you want to go one step further, you could mention a past mistake and how you learned from it. For example, I once forgot to link net income to retained earnings in my model. Now I always build a retained earnings roll forward for checks and imbalances. This shows that you learn from your mistakes, and that is powerful. Interviewers don't want perfection. They want people who think clearly and are ready to improve. Financial modeling is about structure and not complexity. It is how you think and not about how many Excel formulas you know. So the best answers are built just like your model, one step at a time. Remember the IPO framework. Start with solid inputs, build logical processes and calculations, and finally present clear decision ready outputs. On a quick side note, at FP&A Professionals Institute, our mission is to help 1 million professionals master finance and FP&A skills. So if you're serious about FP&A, do check out our certified global FP&A professional program, the CGFPA certification. Link to download the brochure are given in the description below. Also, you can visit our website www.fpnaprofessionals.com or scan the QR code here for a bunch of free resources including books, courses, and cheat sheets. Most FP&A professionals I have met can build a forecast, but only a few individuals know how to test that forecast like a professional using a approach called scenario analysis. And in today's day and age, if you're not planning for uncertainties, then you are definitely planning to fail. In this video, I'll be showing you the simplest way to master scenario analysis question so that you are ready for your next FP&A interview. Now, interviewers may not always ask, tell me about scenario analysis directly in the interview. Here are some common versions of the same question. How do you handle uncertainties in your forecast? What do you do if your assumptions suddenly change? Tell me about a time your forecast was way off and then what did you do about it? How do you prepare for the best and the worst case outcomes? Can you walk me through your approach to build flexible financial models? What's your approach to stress testing your budget or your forecast? No matter how they ask it, what they are really trying to do is trying to understand one thing. Can you think ahead? Can you help the business prepare and not just predict? And that is exactly where scenario analysis comes in. Most finance professionals create one set of forecasts, one set of assumptions, and one set of expected outcomes. This is like checking the weather on a Monday and then planning your entire week based on that one single report. But what if it rains unexpectedly on a Tuesday morning? Or if there is a heat wave on a Wednesday afternoon? In finance, it is very similar. If your actuals deviate from plan, and they often do, your business scrambles to catch up. And this is where most FP&A teams struggle. Let us take an example. Let's say a company forecasts 5% growth and hires, produces, and markets based on that assumption. But suddenly in the second quarter, sales drop by 10%. Now they are overstaffed, overstocked, and in a panic mode. All because they trusted a single forecast like it was a crystal ball. Scenario analysis means asking, what if things don't go as planned? So you build not just one, but three different versions of the future. The base case, which is the most likely outcome. The best case, which is what happens when the sales go up and demand surges. And finally, the worst case, what if the recession hits or costs spike up? It is like having an umbrella, sunglass, and a raincoat so that you are ready no matter what is the weather. Let us understand this with the help of an example. Let us go back to our favorite lemonade stand. Let's say you run a lemonade stand with your friend. In the base case, you sell 100 cups per day. In the best case, say there is a heat wave and you are able to sell 150 cups of lemonade. And if it rains, which is the worst case, you will only be able to sell 50 cups. Now you know how much stock to buy, how much staff you need, and what revenue to expect across all the three different outcomes. That is the power of scenario thinking, and you are able to reduce surprises. Now, how do you build this as a beginner? You can start with one variable, for example, sales or cost of raw materials. Then tweak that one input across all the three versions. You don't need any fancy tool or software. You can do this using simple Excel file. For example, you could say my best case scenario is plus 10% in sales and my worst case scenario is minus 20%, and the base case scenario will be the most likely outcome that you expect. Then you look at how profit, cash flow, or hiring plans change in each of those cases. You will quickly see where you are vulnerable and where you have opportunities. Let us take few more practical examples. For example, a consumer goods company might model raw material price increase of 5%, 10%, or 20% using scenario analysis. A retailer may model different supply chain risks and have a plan B supplier ready. The oil company Shell did this in the 1970s for oil prices, and it helped them outpace their competition for years to come. So, scenario analysis isn't something new, but very few mid level finance professionals apply it consistently. And if you can do that, you will stand out immediately. Now, let us compare this with a situation where you don't have scenario planning in place. Without scenarios, you are always reacting. Oh no, the sales dropped. Let us cut marketing. But with scenario analysis, you already know in advance if sales drop by 20%, we reduce this expense. We will pause that marketing campaign and protect our most critical and crucial project. So you don't panic, you just execute your plans. If this comes up in an interview, follow this structure in your answer. Mention the three scenarios approach, the base case, best case, and worst case. Then give an example from your past job experience or bring up a simple use case. Explain how that helped your team avoid surprises or make better decisions. And finally, you can close with a mindset shift. For example, you could say something on the lines, I believe scenario analysis helps finance teams move from being reactive to being a true strategic partner. That's what interviewers want to hear, not just Excel skills, but critical thinking. So now that we have seen, scenario analysis isn't just about predicting the future. It is about being ready for it. It helps you plan better, act faster, and lead with confidence. So if you want to stand out in FP&A or in any finance role, start building this scenario planning habit now. Pick one variable in your current budget or forecast, model three different outcomes, and then see how your strategy changes. That small step can make a big impact. Hi, if you are preparing for an FP&A interview and want to stand out, then this video is for you. What you will learn is how to answer one of the most important and the trickiest question, which is tell me about a time when your forecast helped influence a major business decision. Let me repeat that. Tell me about a time when your forecast helped influence a major business decision. Using the CAR framework or the CAR framework, I will help you translate your forecasting experience into a powerful story that can show impact. Remember, if you get this question wrong, you will sound just like another spreadsheet person. But on the other hand, if you can get this right, you will be seen as a strategic advisor and the kind of person that the companies would want to hire and promote. Now, before we dive into how to answer this question powerfully, let us first understand the different ways this question might actually show up in an FP&A interview. So here are different ways a forecasting impact question can show up in an FP&A interview setting. Tell me about a time when your forecast influenced a major business decision. How has your forecasting work added value to the business? Can you walk me through a forecast that you have built and what came out as a result of it? Give me an example when your projections led to a change in a business strategy. Describe a situation where your financial analysis or forecasting impacted leadership's business decision. Was there ever a time when your forecast helped the company prevent risk or save money? What's a forecast you are most proud of and why? And finally, how do you measure the success of your forecasting process? Now that you know how this question might sound like in an interview setting, let us next talk about why this matters so much and what interviewers are really trying to find out when they ask this question. Imagine this, you are making a forecast that tops a $50 million product launch. Now, eventually, this turns out that your numbers were right and you helped the company save thousands and millions of dollars and resources. Now, imagine you are in an interview setting and the hiring manager asks you, tell me about a time when your forecast had a business impact. In this situation, most people, what I have seen, start talking about technical stuff like Excel or how they build a financial model. But here is the truth, they don't really care about how cool your Excel skills are. What they really care about are four things. Number one, did your forecast change anything for the business? Number two, were your numbers trusted by the business? Number three, did the people act on your advice? And finally, number four, were you confident enough to speak up during this entire forecasting process? Think of this question like a cricket match where you are not just the scorekeeper logging runs. You are the coach helping the captain and the team read the pitch and help decide the entire strategy for the match. Even with this understanding, many candidates still miss the mark. So let us look at where they go wrong so that you can avoid falling into the same trap. Here is the trap. Most people get stuck in the how. For example, they would say something like, I used exponential smoothing for the forecasting process. Then I layered in seasonality. Then I looked at the prior years for trends. This is like telling a movie by describing how the camera angles work. Nobody cares how the shot was framed. They want to know what actually happened to the hero and to the story. One candidate I interviewed explained every single line of their forecast model. But when I asked what changed because of it, there was a complete silence. Now, on the other hand, one of the other candidates that I interviewed said something like this. My forecast showed that we would lose money if we launched this product. Leadership acted on it and paused the campaign. And this helped our company save $2 million. Now you guess who got hired. This is the power of storytelling with business results. So how do you do it? Use the CAR framework or the CAR framework, which is context, action, and results. Next, let us break this down into three easy parts. Let us talk about the first part of the CAR framework, which is context, also known as setting the scene. Your job here is to make sure the stakes are clear. By stakes, what I mean is what is at risk in this situation. One way to talk about it is, for example, I have built a forecast for Q3 for my previous organization. Now, this is good, but a better way to talk about this is something on the lines. Our CEO was about to sign a $50 million contract, and I was asked to build a forecast to check if the demand was justified for this particular deal. Now, that is a story that everyone wants to hear. Here is another example. Our sales team had missed their target 3 quarters in a row. Leadership team did not know why. I was asked to forecast Q4 and share my findings with the leadership team. So that's how we are talking about stakes or what was at risk. Here is a pro tip. Don't explain the entire backstory. Just share what the risk was and why your forecast mattered. Once you have set the stage with context and with a clear business challenge, next it is time to explain what you solved and where the action piece came in. Next in the car framework is the A or the action. This is where you talk about what did you actually do. This is where you show your skills. But remember, don't get too technical. For example, don't say something like this. I used VLOOKUP and index match along with Arima time series and ran 3 rounds of sensitivity checks. Instead of that, try using something on the lines. I noticed that our high margin products were stocked out 30% of the times. I merged inventory and sales data to forecast where we are losing revenue. This is something which is simple and clear. Here is a pro tip. Use the phrase so that you can link your actions to outcomes. Here are some examples. I built a cash flow model so that we could delay a $10 million loan. Another one. I layered in customer churn so that our projections match the real conditions. Also, it will be great if you can show that you worked with other people in the organization and the business. For example, you could say something on the lines, I collaborated with the sales team to update the assumptions and confirmed with operations that the supply chain team could support our plan. What this shows is that you have business sense and not just spreadsheet skills. Finally comes the moment that the interviewers care about the most, which is the last part of the car framework, the result. This is where you show that your forecast didn't just sit in your spreadsheet, but it led to a real business change. This is where most candidates fall short. You need numbers. What is not helpful is, for example, you say something like it helped the organization or the company a lot. What a much better way to say this is something like leadership team used my forecast to delay a product launch that helped avoid a $5 million overspend. But what if you are very early in your career journey and are thinking, but I don't have a big story to tell yet? Don't worry. Here is how to even make smaller wins count. Even if you are early in your career, small results also count. For example, for one of the NGOs, our student consulting team found a pricing flaw. And the forecast helped the non-profit adjust early and serve 12,000 more meals. And also, if you don't have exact numbers, you can estimate conservatively. For example, based on my past run rates, I estimate that the early action the company took because of my forecast helped save $30,000 in renewals. Here is a bonus tip. If your forecast helped avoid a mistake, that's a big win too. Here is an example. My model showed a 42% chance of failure. The leadership team chose to act on this and opt for a pilot project instead of a full rollout. That helped the company save $3 million. But I understand some of you watching this video might be complete beginners and might not have any corporate experience at all to talk about. In that situation, you could use stories from your class projects, internships, or side gigs that you do. Here is an example. My college project predicted a 20% drop in donations. I suggested a small summer camp. They used it and it helped them hit their goal. Another example. During my internship, I built a forecast template that reduced budget errors. The finance team adopted it and shared it across the departments. You have to focus on what changed because of your work, how you helped influence the decision, and what did you learn from that entire process. So whether you are a seasoned professional or just starting out, what matters is how do you tell your story. Forecasting questions in the interview aren't always about Excel. Sometimes they are about the business impact that you have created. So remember the CAR framework. C stands for context. What was the business problem? A stands for action. What did you do and why? And R stands for results. What changed because of that? What you help the company in making decisions or saving costs. So whether you help the company save $5 million or a local non-profit plan smarter, tell your story with clarity and confidence.